Good afternoon, Brave Nation, and welcome to LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. It's Braves softball as the Braves host Francis Marion in a Peach Belt Conference doubleheader. Game 1 coming up in just a moment. Let's get you the starting lineups for both teams on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon in Pembroke. First game scheduled for the 3 p.m. Eastern start. Second one at about 5 p.m. Eastern, but could also be 30 minutes after the conclusion of the first game. Whichever comes, I don't know. Whatever. If the first game goes long, it would not be a 5 o'clock start for the second game. But you're here for the whole thing. It's a whole doubleheader, and we're so glad you're here with us. Starting lineup, starting with the visiting Patriots, presented by their head coach Stacy Valley, who's in her 12th season coaching the Francis Marion Patriots softball program. Number 2, left fielder Brianna Barzola will lead off, followed by the second baseman, a junior, Taylor Brunson. Number 3 hitter is the freshman catcher Chelsea Welty. Micah Nevin is a senior, number 13, and in the designated player spot. She'll bat cleanup. Following her is Taylor Johnson, a freshman shortstop. Kaylee Childers, junior right fielder, bats 6th. With Shelby Kelly, first baseman, batting 7th. Michaela Barnhart batting 8th. And Cherie Blomquist, Cherie Bloomquist batting 9th and playing third base. The starting pitcher for Francis Marion will be getting ready to pitch in the bottom of the inning. Will be Samantha Warbleski, the sophomore right-handed pitcher. Starting lineup now for the Braves being introduced, as presented by their head coach in her 3rd season, Brittany Bennett. And their batting order looks like this. Jamie Johnson will lead off and play third base, followed by Whitney Jackson in center field, Abby Walters at the designated player spot, Taylor Gerhart in the cleanup spot. She'll play shortstop. Tony Nelson bats 5th and is a catcher. Savannah Melvin, the freshman, first baseman and number 6 hitter. Sophomore right fielder number 4, Carly Brooks, bats 7th. Senior second baseman number 11, Morgan Davis, is 8th. And rounding out the Braves batting order is sophomore left fielder Lexi Cox. In the circle for Game 1 for UNCP this afternoon, senior right-handed pitcher number 15, Katie Saunders. Starting lineups complete. Here to do the national anthem right now, so we'll step aside briefly, and when we come back, first pitch between UNC Pembroke and the Francis Marion Patriots in a big Peach Belt Conference doubleheader.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you are able, we invite you to stand with hats off and hands over heart as we honor America and those who protect it with the playing of our national anthem.
And welcome back to LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. It's Braves softball time, ladies and gentlemen. We're so glad you're joining us here on the Braves Broadcast Network. I'm Cameron Songer with you all afternoon as the Braves set to battle the Francis Marion Patriots. The Patriots coming to Pembroke with a 17-7 overall record, 2-2 in the Peach Belt. The Braves at 11-8-1, 2-0, perfect mark in the Peach Belt Conference so far after a sweep against Lander to start off conference play last week. That one tie actually coming earlier in the year where the Braves had a game get called due to darkness. not going to be a problem here today. We've got lights at LRA Field, but probably won't need them for quite a while, as it's a gorgeous day. Not a cloud in the sky, and temperature right about 75 degrees. It is just picture-perfect weather for baseball or softball as we get ready for first pitch. UNCP baseball going on across the way as the Braves taking on Coker. If you're looking for that one, live stats are available on uncpbraves.com. It's the top of the fourth inning in that game right now, and Coker is ahead of UNCP 3-2 after the Braves took a tough loss yesterday, 11-3 final score. The Braves baseball lost to Wingate. Ready to go here as the leadoff hitter, Brianna Barzola, digs into the left-handed batter's box. We are ready for some UNCP softball as the wind blows straight out from LRA Field. Will really help any fly balls to the outfield. It's Katie Saunders in the circle. She winds and throws, and our first pitch comes in at 2:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And it's a called strike. This one tapped back up the middle. A nice backhand stab by Saunders, and the throw over to first in time for the out. Nice speed up the first base line by Barzola. Not enough. And the junior, a hitter who's over 358 on the year, grounds out to start the game. Brings up Taylor Brunson, junior second baseman, and the number 2 spot in the batting order today for the Patriots. A 254 hitter thus far. Looks at a first pitch, and there for a called strike. I like the command by Saunders in the early going. Throwing strikes, forcing the Patriots hitters to swing the bat. The 0-1. Swung on, grounded right back to the pitcher again. This is a slow roller. Saunders gathers and throws, and again, back-to-back groundouts for the Patriots, right back to the pitcher. And there's 2 away in the top half of the first. Freshman catcher Chelsea Welty comes in to hit now. She started every game this year for the Patriots, coming and made a big impact right away as a freshman on this team. A .325 hitter, including 9 doubles and 4 long balls. She gets strike 1 on her. The 0-1. Missed away. Actually, the first ball thrown by Katie Saunders in this game. As we are 3 hitters into the ball game. The 1-1. Hit high in the air to the left side, hooking foul that gets out of play. 1-2 the count. Bases empty. 2 outs in the top of the first. Patriots trying to avoid going down in order. Kind of important to set the tone. Still early in Peach Belt Conference play. This one laced back up the middle, and it drops into shallow center field for a 2-out single. Chelsea Welty getting aboard, and it brings up Micah Nevin.
Now batting, designated player number 13, Micah Nevin.
Nevin digs into the right-handed batter's box. The senior designated player, a .320 hitter, 8 hits, 2 doubles, and 1 home run. Hits this one foul off to the left side and out of play. Welty, the runner on first, hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this year. Saunders at the pitch. In there for called strike 2. The 0-2 pitch from Saunders. Hit in the air foul to the left side again. Francis Marion just out in front of some of these off-speed pitches. The Saunders pitch in the dirt. Makes it 1-2 to Micah Nevin. The 1-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. And the top of the first inning comes to a close. 4 up and 3 down for the Patriots. The one single came with 2 outs. So we'll go to the bottom of the first. Braves coming up to bat for the first time when we come back.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Samantha Warbluski warming up in the circle for Francis Marion. Warbluski making her 13th start of the season, has an 8-1 record through 68 innings pitched, a 1.44 ERA. That's just stellar. Opponents hitting just 173 against the sophomore right-handed pitcher Samantha Warbluski. Struck out 46 and walked 9. That is epic control in the circle, and doing a really good job of keeping Francis Marion in games. This one could be a low-scoring game if Katie Saunders keeps going in the circle the way she went in that first inning. Just 1 or 2 balls the entire inning. Jamie Johnson will lead off for the Braves. They try to get this inning started and jump out on top here in the bottom of the first. Johnson is a sophomore with a .339 batting average so far this year. 20 hits, 2 of them doubles, and 11 runs batted in for Johnson. She's also a menace on the base pass with 11 stolen bases thus far. Warbluski grabs the ball in her right hand, gets the sign, bunt shown, pulled back, strike 1 called. One now after that one misses inside. Johnson has proven to be a difficult out. Obviously the .339 batting average, but just 3 strikeouts. And she hits this ball in the air to left field. That's over the head of Barsda. And looking for second, sliding in, safe. What hustle by Jamie Johnson. She leads things off with a double. Ball hit well out to left field. Barzola watched it go over her head. And Johnson showing off incredible speed, sliding into second safe. So it brings up Whitney Jackson. Timeout called from the plate. Jackson, the senior, in center field today for the Braves. A .375 hitter. 21 hits and 56 tries, including 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. She shows a bunt, lays it down the third base line. It's fielded and thrown over to first, and that moves up the runner. Interesting decision by Bloomquist over at third. It looked like that one was rolling foul, and she could have let it go foul and try to force Jackson to come back and hit again. Instead, just made the play over at first. So Jackson advances the runner. Jamie Johnson on to third now, 1 out. And it's Abby Walters to hit. Walters, a junior and the team leader in batting average with a .470 mark. 10 doubles, 2 home runs, and 17 runs batted in. She swings and pops this one in the infield. Brunson camps out under it at second base and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So now Taylor Gerhardt will have to see what she can do at the plate to try to drive that run home. That's a good opportunity the Braves had to start this inning with the leadoff runner getting to second. But let's see if they can bring her home. Gerhardt takes there, strike one called. Sophomore shortstop with a .362 batting average this year. 21 hits, and 2 of them have been doubles, 2 home runs, and a team best 20 runs batted in. The 0-1 pitch from Warbleski misses low. Wind really blowing hard now at LRA Field, a little bit out towards left center, and this one fouled off into the net, makes it 1-2. Big pitch coming up, the 1-2, outside. Gerhardt will battle on, see another pitch, 2-2. The pitch from Warbleski, low and away, and the count runs full. Tony Nelson, the Braves catcher, waiting on deck. It's Johnson on third, Gerhardt at the plate in the bottom of the first. The pitch, grounded towards first, a diving stop by Kelly, and she'll just take it herself and tag the bag. So the Braves get a leadoff double to start the inning. Can't bring home Jamie Johnson. We're through 1 inning, no score in Pembroke. For the Patriots, in the top of the second, it'll be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, Taylor Johnson, Kaylee Childers, and Shelby Kelly, to face UNCP starting pitcher Katie Saunders. The senior, making her 9th start of the season and her 12th overall appearance, has a 6-win and 4-loss record with a 3.15 ERA. Opponents hitting .266 against her, and that's been kind of the case in that first inning as Johnson struck out 1, allowed 1 hit, also induced 2 groundouts right to herself. Now, she was busy in the circle in inning number 1. Now Taylor Johnson will try to figure her out. Swings at the first pitch, pops it off to the right side. And it is caught. 1 pitch and 1 out. Taylor Johnson, the freshman shortstop with a .339 batting average. Doesn't make much noise there. And it brings on Kaylee Childers. Childers is a junior with a .245 batting average. Playing right field today in that left-handed batter's box. Takes up high for ball 1. Childers with 13 hits, 1 double, 1 triple, 7 runs batted in, 7 walks, and 7 strikeouts. The 1-0 swung on, fouled off behind home plate and out of play. The 1-1 offering taken as it misses low and away. On base percentage for Kaylee Childers at .344, so she gets aboard better than a third of the time she comes to the plate. Looks at this one, high and tight, 3-1. The pitch from Saunders, fouled off. Just nicked that softball. Hit it back into the net. That's strike 2 against Kaylee Childers. And that's ball 4. That one gets away from Nelson for a moment and then throws it back to the pitcher. First free pass issued by Katie Saunders today, and the Patriots have their second base runner. A one-out walk for Kaylee Childers. Brings up Shelby Kelly to hit.
Now batting first baseman number 0, Shelby Kelly.
Kelly not an everyday player for this Francis Marion team. This is just her 5th start. The senior, who is 2 for 12 at the plate this year. No walks and no strikeouts either. Takes strike 1 there on the inside corner. As Childers takes a healthy lead off of first after the pitch. She's 2 of 2 on stolen base attempts this year. This Francis Marion team very efficient at stealing bags. They are very rarely caught stealing. They pick their spots well. The 0-1. In the dirt, blocked well by Nelson. No throw made. Makes it 1-1. Saunders comes set, delivers this ball, fought off on the inside half, and foul. Childers is on first following the walk. 1 out in the top of the second inning. No score yet between the Braves and the Patriots at LRA Field. Saunders, the 1-2 pitch. High and outside, a snap throw goes over to first. Back in, standing up is Childers. 2-2 now the count. So Kelly digs back into the right-handed batter's box. And the at-bat continues. The pitch, fouled off into the net. And bounces back behind home plate. Saunders is ready. Here's the pitch. In the air to right field. Going back on the run over the head of Brooks to the wall it goes. They'll wave home Childers. The throw comes in, and they'll actually hold her up at the last second. Shelby Kelly into second with a stand-up double. Runners now on second and third. Just 1 out in the top of the second. Francis Marion now in position to try to take the first lead of the game. Saunders left that pitch up in the zone just a little bit too much. Shelby Kelly, despite not being an everyday player for this Francis Marion team, took advantage. And now it's Michaela Barnhart to hit. She's a .275 hitter. Tries to bunt, offered at it, and strike 1 called. Barnhart, 19 of 69 at the plate this year. A double, a triple, and a home run. 13 runs batted in. The 0-1 swung on and missed as she tipped it into the catcher's mitt, just barely got a piece of it. Saunders looking to settle down after giving up her second hit. It's in even more trouble after the previous walk as well. This out would be huge. Timeout called by the hitter before the pitch. We'll get a warning here against Katie Saunders for taking too long in between pitches. It's one of the big differences between baseball and softball is there really is an emphasis on trying to keep the game moving. The pitch swung on and caught as it's fouled into the catcher's mitt. And that goes down a strike 3 swing against Michaela Barnhart, and she's retired. That's a huge out for the Braves defensively. As Cherie Blomqvist comes to the plate.
Now batting third baseman number 3, Cherie Blomqvist.
The Braves can get just one out here to get out of the inning. Bloomquist takes low and away, ball 1. Cherie Bloomquist is a senior, playing third base for the Patriots and hitting 9th in their batting order. A .271 hitter. Before the next pitch, the catcher, Nelson, will come out to the circle, talk briefly with Katie Saunders, and then jog right back. The 1-0. Ball 2 misses low and away. Well, first base is open. We would go back to the top of the order with Barzola if there was a walk here to Bloomquist. And for the Braves, that could help. There'd be a force at any base, but also giving up free base runners as this one fouled off into the screen. Score update from UNCP baseball, top of the 5th now. And it's 4-3 Braves as the Braves responded with 2 big runs in the bottom of the inning to take the lead. 2-1. Fouled into the catcher's mitt again. And now it's 2-2. Runners on second and third, 2 outs, top of the 2nd inning. No score yet between the visiting Francis Marion Patriots and the UNCP Braves. Game 1 of today's softball doubleheader here on the Braves Broadcast Network. The Saunders pitch, way up high. Nelson did well to stop that one. Count goes full to the number 9 hitter, Cherie Blomqvist. Patriots threatening here with 2 outs. The payoff pitch, swung on, hit in the air towards right field, hooking towards the foul line. It does get foul. Brooks gave chase on that one, couldn't get to it, and watched it bounce harmlessly to the turf. Pretty good contact there by Bloomquist with 2 strikes. But out in front just a tad. Saunders with the 3-2. Swung on, hit in the air to right field again. Brooks on the run. This time she's to it and makes the catch. And Francis Marion comes up empty in the 2nd inning as well. Through an inning and a half at LRA Field. No score between the Braves and Patriots.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Number 5 hitter Tony Nelson leads things off for the Braves in the bottom of the 2nd inning. As Francis Marion not able to break through despite having runners on 2nd and 3rd last inning. The Braves are able to get the stop defensively. And now the Braves will see what they can do in their 2nd inning. Nelson, the sophomore catcher, a .360 batting average. 18 hits in 50 tries, including 10 runs batted in. Samantha Warbleski in the circle for the Patriots. She's their starting pitcher this afternoon. And she delivers. Outside corner for strike 1. Of those 18 hits for Nelson this year, 2 have been doubles. 1 has left the yard for a homer. She's also struck out 8 times and walked 3 times. The 0-1 delivery, grounded back up the middle off the glove of Warbleski, still in the infield to throw over to first in time, not in time. And in safely is Tony Nelson with an infield single. Just a rope back up the middle. Warbleski, can't tell if that hit her glove first or her leg. And her infielder's coming to check in on her a little bit. But the Braves have the leadoff hitter aboard again for the second straight inning. Last inning, Jamie Johnson led off with a double, was bunted over to third, and then Walters and Gerhardt couldn't score her from third with just 1 out. Let's see what the middle part of the order can do with a leadoff base runner. Savannah Melvin at the plate for UNCP. Freshman first baseman lays down a bunt, and it's foul. .328 the batting average for Savannah Melvin. 19 hits, including 1 double, 1 triple, and 1 home run, and 10 runs batted in. Shows bunt again. It's a little high, and I don't think she offered at it. So it's ball 1. Nelson, the runner on first. Check swing there. They will appeal, and this time they'll say she did go around. 1-2 now the count to Savannah Melvin. But bunt not really an option for her anymore. Warbleski gets her sign, comes home with the pitch, low and away. The 2-2. In the dirt again. The count goes full to Savannah Melvin. Nelson's still the runner on first. He hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this year. Breaking ball, strike 3 looking on the inside corner, Savannah Melvin. It's the first strikeout of the game for Patriot pitcher Samantha Warbleski. And there's the first out of the second inning. Carly Brooks now comes up to hit and have a correction to make. Brooks is no longer the right fielder for UNCP. They switched her with the designated player Abby Walters. So Walters is in right and Brooks is the DP. Low and inside for ball 1. Carly Brooks, a sophomore. It's just her 6th start of the year. A 143 batting average as she is 2 for 14 at the plate. But more walks than strikeouts. She's drawn 3 bases on balls. Gets the bunt down the third base line. This gets foul before the Patriots defenders can do anything with it. It's really a hallmark of this Braves team. They will try to bunt runners over in just about any situation where there's even the remote possibility of doing so. The 1-1 grounded foul into the Braves dugout for strike 2. One out, the leadoff runner on first, Tony Nelson. Started the second inning off with a single. One on, grounded in the infield, a chopper to third. The throw over to first by Bloomquist, over to Kelly in time for the out. Nelson advances to second, but there's now 2 away in the Braves' half of the second inning. It's up to Morgan Davis now to get the job done for the black and gold. Senior second baseman with a .260 batting average this year. 13 hits in 50 at-bats. Has 1 double and 1 run batted in. An opportunity here for that important second RBI of the season, but more importantly, the first run of this game. Lefty batter, righty hurler. First pitch misses high. One 0. Catches the outside corner, just barely. A very nice looking pitch by Warbleski. Can't get the same call on pitch that misses just a little bit further outside. Now it's 2-1. The pitch to Davis, swung on, grounded to short. Nice defensive play by Johnson, and the throw over to first gets the runner by half a step. So again, the Braves get the leadoff hitter on base. Can't make anything happen with it. We're through 2 innings at LRA Field, no score. The 56th all-time meeting between UNC Pembroke and Francis Marion. It has been pretty much all Patriots historically in the series, as the Patriots have a 41-14 lead in the all-time series against the Braves. But last year they split the doubleheader. The Braves won Game 1, and the Patriots won Game 2, 1-0 and 8-4 the finals of those games. Still early in the conference this season as the teams try to figure out where they stand. This one swung on, fouled off to the left side and out of play. Back to the top of the order with the Patriots, as they got 2 hits in their first cycle through the batting order. Left 3 runners on base, including runners on second and third last inning. They got runners on second and third with just 1 out. Couldn't bring either of them home. It's Brianna Borzola at the plate. She's 0 for 1 with a ground out so far. Saunders' pitch, hit to short, scooped up by Gerhardt. The throw not in time. What speed up the first baseline for Borzola as she beats out the infield single. Borzola from West Lynn, Oregon, 5'7" junior outfielder. And a couple players from that West Coast. And really all over the country for Francis Marion. First pitch low and inside to Taylor Brunson. Whereas for UNCP, it's a vast majority of players coming from the state of North Carolina. One exception is the pitcher, Katie Saunders, who's from Laguna Niguel, California. Bunt laid down, it dives right on the infield to throw over to first in time. It's a good hustle by Johnson to charge in from third to get to it, but it advances the runner Barzola over to second with 1 out. Sack bunt from Taylor Brunson gives way to Chelsea Welty.
Now batting, catcher number 11, Chelsea Welty.
Welty, the freshman from St. Helena, South Carolina. See what she can do. She's already 1 for 1 with a single. Like Nevin is on deck. Taylor Johnson in the hole if the Patriots able to keep this inning alive. 1 out, a runner on second in the top of the third. Pitch low. Nelson comes up looking to throw. Doesn't actually do anything with it. And ball 1 called. The 1-0 hit back up the box. That drops into center field. They'll wave home Barzola, coming up throwing. It's cut off at second base. RBI single for Chelsea Welty. Francis Marion strikes first. It's 1-0 Patriots. For Welty, her second hit of the ball game. And RBI number 18 on the season. She is Francis Marion's leader in that category. Just a nice piece of hitting. She went with the ball. Didn't try to do something that would have been unnatural. The ball was low and away. She just poked it out towards right center field. Stands on first with her team ahead now 1-0. Micah Nevin at the plate now, 0-for-1 with a strikeout. Looks at a first pitch low for ball one. Nevin is a senior from Jacksonville Beach, Florida. The designated player spot in this game. The 1-0, she hits it well but foul. She was out in front of it. Off to the left side. Saunders with the 1-1 pitch. Can't catch the plate with that. The 2-1. Fouled off to the left side again. That was a towering fly ball in foul territory. Straighten that out and perhaps looking at a long ball. You do have the high fence in left field at LRA Field, but the wind is blowing straight out, so any ball hit in the air towards the outfield suddenly becomes a candidate to think about going deeper. Again, out in front of an off-speed pitch, and same result, fouled off to the left side. Count remains 2-2 to Micah Nevin. Runner on first, one out in the top of the third. 1 run already in for the Patriots. They've already tallied 4 hits to the Braves' 2. The 2-2 pitch misses low. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. An important at-bat here for Micah Nevin. It's Welty on first with her second single of the game. The 3-2 pitch hit off to the left side and foul. Got to the fence in a hurry. He is making very good contact with these pitches. Again, Nevin struck out in her first plate appearance. Love to show that she is better than that and pick up an important hit here in what could be a third-inning rally for Francis Marion. Saunders, a 3-2 pitch, grounded in the infield. Gerhardt at short, the throw goes over to second for 1, and that throw way offline as the Braves thought about trying to turn 2. That's an error on the second baseman, and Nevin will be safe at second following the throwing error. So here's Taylor Johnson, freshman shortstop from San Diego, California, La Jolla Country Day School. Transferred in from the University of Alabama, where she did not play softball. She's still just a freshman in terms of eligibility. Multi-sport athlete at La Jolla Country Day School. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, as freshman Taylor Johnson quickly behind 0-2. 2 outs, the runner on second here in the top of the third. Saunders gets ready and throws, and this one fouled off to the right side, out of play. In towards the parking lot, and no one's fielding that. Saunders lost the ball as she got ready to throw. That counts as a ball as it rolls into the opposite batter's box. So it's 1-2. Saunders' pitch. This is a little high. It's swung on, hit in the air to the left side. It's getting foul, but it's caught at third base by Johnson, right up against the screen. But Francis Marion does score 1 in the inning. We're through 2.5 at LRA Field. It's 1-0 Patriots.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Back at LRA Field for the bottom of the third inning. Game 1 of today's doubleheader, UNCP Softball hosting Francis Marion. I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. And leading off for UNCP, it'll be the number 9 hitter, Lexi Cox. Before the lineup turns back over, Jamie Johnson will be on deck, and Whitney Jackson in the hole this inning. Cox, the sophomore, in left field today for the Braves, a 190 hitter, 8 hits and 42 tries. But 3 of her 8 hits have been doubles. Also has driven in 5 runs. See if the Braves can get her to get something started this inning. Be a nice boost for UNCP as they get back to the top of the order. Warbleski fires that first pitch past Cox for strike 1. Ball 1 called. One, swung on and missed. As Cox was chasing one a little bit high and tight. Warbleski delivers, fouled off into the Francis Marion dugout. Look out. Right in at the shins. One-two pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3 swinging. It's the second strikeout of the game, recorded by Samantha Warbleski in the circle. And we'll go back to the top of the Braves batting order. 1 out in the bottom of the third. Score update from UNCP Baseball. They're through 6 innings at Cox Field. And the Braves leading Coker 4-3. And live stats available for that one on UNCPBraves.com, which is your online home for all things UNCP athletics. Schedules, scores, recaps, previews, video features, you name it. We've got it at UNCPBraves.com. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Just search UNCP Sports. First pitch bunked shown, and Jamie Johnson offered at it for strike 1. Also on Twitter, you can follow individual UNCP teams. For example, at UNCP Softball. The 0-1 offering, swung on, hit in the air towards shallow right field. That drops in for a single for Jamie Johnson. And now she wants to take second. The throw, she slides in. She's safe. Holy cow, Jamie Johnson saw that the outfield was a little hesitant to pick that ball up, and She just took second base. Oh, if you don't mind, I'll just take this. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. So she's on second for the second time in as many at-bats, and now it's Whitney Jackson's turn to hit. For Jamie Johnson, it's her fourth double of the season. She picked up her third in her last at-bat. Whitney Jackson at the plate from Farmville, North Carolina. The senior looks at ball one. One out, bottom of the third inning. Braves trail the Patriots 1-0. And this ball hit well in towards the right center field gap. Johnson will score easily from second. Jackson diving for second, and she is safe. But she is shaken up. And as Whitney Jackson receives medical attention, we will take a quick break here on the Braves Broadcast Network. We'll be right back. Whitney Jackson appears to be okay. She'll stay in the game following that RBI double, which tied the score. Abby Walters comes up to bat now for UNCP. The Braves' right fielder is 0 for 1 at the plate so far today, a junior from Bladenboro, North Carolina. Go-ahead run stands on second base as the first pitch in there for a called strike at the knees. So Cox led off this inning by striking out. Johnson doubled. Jackson doubled to bring her home. Now it's Abby Walters' turn to hit. She swings, hits this ball in towards shallow center field. And they'll send Jackson, the throw coming home, and she is tagged out. Now looking for second is Walters, and she's tagged out as well. So the Braves got really aggressive on the base paths this inning, and it finally caught up with them. We're through 3 innings in Pembroke. 1-1 is the score. We'll be right back.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Six, 7, and 8 due up in the top of the fourth for Francis Marion. It'll be Childers, Kelly, and Barnhart. UNCP pitcher Katie Saunders now working from a tie score, 1-1, as the Braves got 1 in the bottom of the third to even it up. Been a very even matchup so far. Braves with 1 run on 5 hits and 1 error. Francis Marion 1 run on 4 hits and no errors. So here's Kaylee Childers. She walked in her first plate appearance. Childers is a junior from Metropolis, Illinois. And hits this ball to second, a slow roller. Davis, the throw to first, got her, and there's one away. So now it's Shelby Kelly to hit. She's listed as a pitcher / first baseman, and she's playing first base here in Game 1 of this doubleheader. So perhaps we'll see her pitch in either later in this game or in the second game this afternoon. She's 1 for 1 with a double. Pops this one up to the left side. On the run, Johnson in foul territory. She can't come up with it. The Saunders pitch. Outside corner for strike 2. Shelby Kelly ready for the 0-2 pitch. She swings and misses. That's strike 3. Shelby Kelly, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and there's now 2 away in the top of the 4th. Brings up Michaela Barnhart. She's 0 for 1. She was a strikeout victim the first time she came to the plate. Junior outfielder from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Swings, hits this first pitch foul over to the left side, now to play. Right over the Braves dugout and out of the stadium here at LRA Field. Gorgeous afternoon for some UNCP softball. Braves enjoying this opportunity to play a home game before they hit the road this weekend. This ball popped over the infield, and that drops in. And that's trouble for the Braves. Barnhart sliding into second as she takes the extra base. As Gerhardt finally got to it. Sometimes it's not about how well you hit the ball, it's where you hit it. And Michaela Barnhart, absolutely an example of that right now. She stands on second with 2 outs. It's the 5th hit of the ball game for Francis Marion. Brings up the number 9 hitter, Cherie Bloomquist. Bloomquist, a senior from Chandler, Arizona. Talked about the Patriot lineup, getting players from all over the country. This breaking ball at the knees for strike 1. The runner on second from Virginia, the batter from Arizona. Another player from Oregon, another player from San Diego, California. I mean, all over the place. The 0-1. This is high and away. Second baseman Taylor Brunson's also from Kansas. It's not just the coast. You pull softball players from anywhere they can find them. This ball hit in the air towards right field, but foul. And the count now 1-2 to the third baseman, Cherie Bloomquist. Saunders ready in the circle. The 1-2 pitch. Misses inside. Just one pitch from potentially getting out of this inning. Has a runner on second with 2 outs in a tie ball game. Zip through this game. Top of the 4th. The pitch popped foul right behind the backstop and out of play. Swung on, fouled off to the right side. The at-bat continues. Nice fight being put up by Cherie Bloomquist. Doesn't want this inning to come to a close. The 2-2 offering again, swung on and missed for strike 3. Third strikeout of the game for UNCP's Katie Saunders. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th, still tied 1-1 at LRA Field. Gerhardt, Nelson, and Melvin do up this inning for the Braves. Bottom of the fourth inning at LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Tied at 1 apiece between the Braves and the Patriots in Game 1 of today's Peach Belt Conference softball doubleheader. The Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Saunders. Thank you for joining us. It is just a gorgeous afternoon to be at a ball game. Gerhardt at the plate. She's 0 for 1. Hits this ball in the air towards left field. Put a charge into it, and it's gone! Over the fence, a solo home run for Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt crushed that ball for her third home run of the season and adds to her team best. Now 21 runs batted in this year. Only one mistake pitch from Samantha Warbleski, and the Braves jump all over to take the lead. 2-1 UNCP. No outs in the bottom of the fourth inning. And here's Tony Nelson. She's 1 for 1 with a single. Nelson, the sophomore from Bear Creek, North Carolina, looks at a first pitch strike on the outside corner. Oh, 1. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Wind blowing out towards the outfield again. I think that ball helped that home run a little bit for Gerhardt, but that was a real nice piece of hitting. 0-2. A little bit high and outside. Did she go around? She did not. That was close. Tony Nelson's got to be careful with those check swings. Braves wearing their gray pants today at home with white tops. Nice look. Gotta say, I'm a fan. 2-2 as that misses high and away. Francis Marion with the red tops with white pants and high navy blue socks. 2-2, popped foul behind home plate, out of play. High and away. Interesting test here for the pitcher Samantha Warbleski. How do you bounce back after giving up a home run to give the Braves the lead? What do you do with the rest of this inning? Still fairly early in this game as another pitch fouled off by Nelson. She's really battling there at the plate. 3-2 again. Popped up. This looks like it'll stay in play behind home plate. Welty looking for it. She can't find it. She goes crashing into the backstop. And again, it's 3-2. Tony Nelson doing a great job at the plate. Warbleski with the pitch. It's hit well into left center field, and that's down to the wall on one bounce. Nelson looking for two. She's got it standing up. Stand-up double for Tony Nelson. She's 2 for 2 in the game. And the Braves looking good here in the fourth inning. Brings up Savannah Melvin, the third hitter this inning, after the leadoff home run by Gerhardt and the double by Nelson. Melvin at the plate now. She's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Looking to start working towards breaking this game open. Melvin, a freshman from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Takes into that right-handed batter's box. The pitch, taken for a called strike at the knees. Melvin with 19 hits this year and 59 tries. Not a bad pace for a freshman. Here's Warbleski with the pitch, bunt shown. That comes in and hits her. She'll be awarded first base. So, for Francis Marion, that doesn't actually hurt that bad. Now there's a force at any base for the Patriots, with Carly Brooks at the plate, the Braves' designated player. Brooks 0 for 1 with a ground out so far today for the sophomore from Burlington, North Carolina. Runners on first and second, no outs. In the bottom of the fourth, bunt shown. Pulls it back and takes ball one. Warbleski delivers this bunt, laid down but foul. Evens up the count at 1-1. So the Braves threatened in both the first and second innings, getting the leadoff runner aboard, getting into scoring position with fewer than 2 outs, but weren't able to push that run at home. In the third inning, they did break through for 1 run on 3 hits. This inning, they got run number 2 on the solo home run. Bunt laid down right at home plate. The throw going over to third, and they get the lead runner. Nice throw by Welty. Good job by Bloomquist to scamper back and cover. So Brooks is safe on the fielder's choice. Nelson out at third. Melvin now takes over at second base, and Brooks at first base. Morgan Davis to hit now for the Braves. Hits it back to the pitcher, and it's caught. Everybody back safely without a throw. But just like that, 2 away, and Lexi Cox's turn to hit. Cox is 0 for 1 with a strikeout in her first plate appearance. Outfielder as a sophomore from Whispering Pines, North Carolina. Runners on first and second, 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. Braves up 2-1. And the strike called in the outside corner. The 0-1 pitch from Warbleski. Ball, a little too tall. One. Again, a strike on the outer half. Cox now facing a 1-2 count. Ball misses high. The pitch dropped, sliding in safe. Both runners. Melvin slides into third. Brooks over to second. Now runners on second and third with 2 outs. This just got a little more interesting. 1-2 the count. Lexi Cox looking to come up big for the black and gold. The pitch. Swung on, grounded down the third base line. That hit somebody. And it's a foul ball. Wow. Melvin was in foul territory. That ball popped up and hit her. So it's a foul ball. And now they'll give Melvin an opportunity to walk that off. One, two. Just missed. Third baseman Bloomquist calling for the throw over there to see if he can actually catch Melvin sleeping over there at third base. That one fouled off. Brooks on second, Melvin on third, 2-2 count, 2 outs. Braves up 2-1 in the bottom of the fourth. Pitch. This is high and away, and the count now full to Lexi Cox. Swung on and missed. That's strike 3, and the inning is over. Through 4 innings in Pembroke. Braves 2, Patriots 1. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Low scoring, very close affair between UNCP and Francis Marion. Top of the 5th inning about to get underway, as it will be the top of the order for the Patriots. Barzola, Brunson, and Welty. The Braves playing from ahead for the first time. UNCP pitcher Katie Saunders back in the circle, ready to go once again. And it's Barzola to lead off. She's 1 for 2 at the plate so far today. Swings and misses at the first pitch. That's strike 1. The pitch. Swung on, hit in the air towards left field, and it's caught by Lexi Cox, excuse me. So it brings up Taylor Brunson, 0 for 1 at the plate, with a ground out and a sac bunt so far today. She pops this one to left field. The wind takes it back towards the wall. Cox reaches up, can't get to it. Brunson heading for second as it rolls back towards the infield shield. Hold up at second base with the double. That was an unfortunately timed gust of wind there. Really helped that ball out. It was probably going to hit the wall in the air no matter what, but that last little gust of wind pushed it up another couple inches along the wall, just out of the reach of Cox in left field. Braves calling for an intentional walk here. They'll allow Chelsea Welty the free pass. And pitch to Micah Nevin instead. And one of those pitch-aways gets away. And the runner advances to third.
Now batting, designated player number 13, Micah Nevin.
It's Micah Nevin to hit now. She's 0 for 2. Struck out in the first. Reach on a fielder's choice and then an error in the third. Swings, hits this ball foul down the third base line. Runners at the corners, 1 out in the top of the 5th. Patriots trailing 2-1. Saunders, the 0-1 pitch. Trying to get into that first and third play, and Welty will take second. So the Braves looking like they're going to throw down. And then the throw gets cut off as they try to snap it back over and catch Brunson on third. Last pitch was strike two, so here's the 0-2 pitch. Nice block behind the plate by Nelson. One and two, one out. First base open here as they pitch to Micah Nevin. Saunders the pitch. Swung on, hit well, foul along the third base line. The 1-2 swung on, grounded to second, and they'll go home with it. The tying run scores for Francis Marion as Micah Nevin out at first. There's two away, and now Welty on third. She represents the go-ahead run. Taylor Johnson at the plate, 0 for 2 with a couple of pop-outs. Now 2 runs on 6 hits by the Patriots, no errors by the visitors. And the Braves have 2 runs on 7 hits with 1 error. Saunders' pitch swung on and missed. Here comes the 0-1 offering. Swing and a miss. 0-2, 2 outs. Go ahead run on third for the Patriots. Saunders in the circle. The delivery. Wasted one there outside. Here's Saunders' 1-2 pitch. This is upstairs. I'm trying to get Johnson to swing at one well out of the strike zone. Hasn't worked on those last 2 pitches. Saunders with the 2-2. Strike 3 called. And that is it for the Patriots in the top of the 5th. They do get 1 to tie the game. We're through 4.5 at LRA Field. UNCP 2, Francis Marion 2. We'll be right back. Francis Marion that last inning scored 1 run on 1 hit and left 1 on. They tied the game in the top of the 5th, but now the Braves hitting in the bottom of that 5th inning. They're looking to take the lead right back for the Braves this inning. It'll be the top of the order, Johnson, Jackson, and Walters. And they got the job done in the 3rd. With back-to-back doubles by Johnson and Jackson. But then they got into trouble when they tried to stretch some things out. Abby Walters had a single that she tried to stretch into a double in that 3rd inning. Jackson was thrown out trying to score at home, and then Walters was thrown out trying to reach second. But in general, It's those top 3 hitters that have been producing for the Braves. And then you also, if the inning continues, Taylor Gerhardt in the cleanup spot led off last inning with a home run. And in a 2-2 game, a player who can put up a run by herself, with just one swing of the bat. You don't need a couple hits in a row. You don't need to worry about base running and trying to small ball or run across. Just let somebody go out and swing at it and knock it out of the yard. That's a potential game breaker. First pitch in there for a called strike as Johnson showed a bunt, pulled it back, and watched it go over the strike zone. Taking there, outside, ball 1. One, fouled off into the net behind home plate. This ball hit in the air to second. Looks like it was dropped briefly, but the throw over to first in time. As it was Brunson who looked like she almost had it cleanly and then didn't actually field it clean, so she had to throw over to first, got the out anyway. So Johnson's actually retired for the first time in this game. Jamie Johnson was 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles. So Whitney Jackson comes up to hit now for the Braves. Jackson's 1 for 1 with an RBI double. She also had a sac bunt in her first plate appearance. Pulling the bunt out, not going to show a bunt, pulls it back and takes ball 1. That's called strike 2. One-two pitch, popped foul off to the left side over the Braves dugout. Hit in the air towards right field on the run, caught by Barnhart for the second out of the inning. It looked promising coming off the bat, but just stayed up there for a split second too long. And that's out number 2. So here's Abby Walters, 1 for 2 at the plate thus far. The pitch, called a strike. Blesky showing off pretty nice command of the strike zone here this inning. Induces the pop fly in the infield. She'll be called off by everybody else, and it drops in for a hit. I'm not sure how you score that. If it's an error, who's it on? Because there were literally 4 red jerseys there, and they're all now looking at each other like I thought you had it. And they'll just score it a hit. Abby Walters will certainly take it. The pitch misses outside. Ball 1 to Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt 1 for 2. Homered in her last plate appearance. That led off the 4th. Put the Braves up 2-1. This one swung on and missed. Evens up the count at 1-1. Braves looking for their 6th win in what was their 7th game. They've won 5 of their last 6. And their last home game until March 24th. As this one fouled off into the net behind home plate. Braves will play the next 10 games on the road, including 8 conference games. Trying to enjoy home sweet home for just a bit longer. This one swung on and fouled off. As the hit and run was on there, Walters was off from first. With a 1-2 count and 2 outs, why not? Because with 2 outs, as soon as the ball's put in play, the runner's going on contact anyway, so why not go on the pitch? This one hit towards right field. It drops, and off the glove of the right fielder, Childers. That allows Walters to take that extra base. Gerhardt's got another hit, her second of the ball game. Runners at the corners now for UNCP in the bottom of the 5th, looking to take the lead once again. And Tony Nelson to the plate. She is having a great ball game. 2 for 2 with a single and a double. And another hit to the outfield would score a run. Put UNCP out in front. Braves with 2 runs on 9 hits. Patriots with 2 runs on 6 hits. It's Gerhardt on first, Walters on third. Tony Nelson at the plate. The pitch. At the knees for a called strike. Samantha Warbleski in the circle. In the battle here through this inning for Francis Marion. The 1-0. Runner goes from first. They'll throw over to third. Everybody's safe. So Walters back safe at third. Gerhardt takes second without the throw going to her. And it's 1-1 on Tony Nelson. The pitch taken on the inside corner for a called strike 2. Warbleski's pitch swung on, hit in the air towards left field. On the run is Barzola. It bounces off the wall. 2 runs score. Going for second is Nelson. She's in with the double, and the Braves go up 4-2. Savannah Melvin now to hit for the Braves after Nelson just knocked her second double in as many at-bats and as many innings. It's been a great game for Tony Nelson at the plate. She comes through big for the Braves. This one popped foul off the roof of the Francis Marion dugout. And that's strike 1 to Savannah Melvin. Melvin's 0 for 1 at the plate. She struck out and was also hit by a pitch, so she hasn't put a ball in play yet in this game. Let's see if they can keep things going here against Samantha Warbleski. The biggest lead of the game now for either team is 2 runs. See if the Braves can continue to try to break this one open here in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch. Outside. Ball 1. So that last hit was the 10th of the game for the Black and Gold. This one's fouled off behind home plate. Warbleski, the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3. Melvin finishes the inning with the strikeout, but the Braves score 2 runs on a 2-run double by Tony Nelson. They own a 4-2 lead through 5 innings. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Back at LRA Field, where the Braves now own a 4-2 edge over the Francis Marion Patriots in Game 1 of today's Peach Belt Conference softball doubleheader. Meanwhile, at UNCP baseball, we got a score to update you. Coker trailing the Braves 6-4, top of the 8th inning there, just across the way at Sammy Cox Field. UNCP baseball looking to bounce back from yesterday's loss against Wingate, with a win here today against Coker in non-conference play before the Braves baseball team will hit the road. They'll be at North Georgia over the weekend for a 3-game set. This will be a quiet weekend on campus in Pembroke. First pitch misses low for ball 1 to Kaylee Childers. Childers is 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out in this game. Katie Saunders with the 1-0 pitch. It's popped off to the left side, foul, and that's out of play. Remember to stay tuned on the Braves Broadcast Network for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. UNCP softball and Francis Marion. They're not really going to go anywhere. They're just going to stay put. Get a stretch, maybe get a quick water break, talk about some strategy. Just about half an hour between the two games. If you're looking for that game as well on the stream, you don't need to do anything. Well, basically, put the stream on pause. But you don't need to do anything. Just leave the tab open on your computer, tablet, or smartphone, however you're watching today's UNCP softball doubleheader. It'll be in the same spot, Game 2. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, hit back up the middle, in the air, dropping quickly off the glove of Davis, the second baseman. That never left the infield. And they'll score that an error.
Now batting, first baseman number 0, Shelby Kelly.
So Childers on base for the second time. Still doesn't have a hit in this game. And here's Shelby Kelly, 1 for 2 with a double and a strikeout. The Braves infield will huddle up in the circle with their pitcher. Let Saunders know that I don't plan on making another error this inning. Keep throwing strikes and be confident in your defense, knowing that they've got a 2-run lead. Pitch to Kelly, taken for ball 1. (4-2) Braves in the top of the 6th. This game rapidly winds towards its conclusion. Next pitch also misses low and inside, 2-0. Saunders should probably try to be pretty aggressive against this part of the Patriot batting order. It's Kelly's the number 7 hitter with Barnhart the number 8 hitter on deck. Try to go after those hitters. That was a good pitch, right on the inside corner for a called strike. Saunders, 2-1 pitch, bunt shown, laid down, right back up the middle. Third baseman Johnson gathers, throws to first for the out. And it's a nice sack bunt for Shelby Kelly. It advances Childers over to second with just 1 out. A little surprising that Kelly gets ahead in the count. It's 2-0 and ends up laying down a sack bunt. Well, but you hear about getting a good pitch to hit. It also applies to bunts. It's harder to bunt a pitch that's just on the corner or even outside of the strike zone. If you know the pitcher's going to come with a pitch that would be good to, oh boy, this one gets away from Saunders, goes straight into the net behind home plate. Third base, easily right there for Kaylee Childers. So she's now on third. Still 1 out. Caleb Barnhart at the plate. Center fielder is 1 for 2 today. 1-0 pitch, Bunt shown right back up the middle. A diving catch by Saunders. What a play! How about that? The pitcher getting some infield dirt on her jersey. Getting after it. That's the second out, and a very important second out. Now, shortstop Gerhardt, the catcher Nelson, going to check on their pitcher. Make sure she's okay with after that that diving effort. So that was a very important out that Katie Saunders just got herself. Childers on third. The batter Bloomquist takes there for ball one. Saunders with the 1-0 offering. Swung on, hit in the air towards center field. Jackson to it and pulls it down for the third out. Nothing doing for the Patriots that inning, despite the leadoff hitter getting aboard on an error. No runs for the Patriots. Braves coming up to bat in the bottom of the sixth, looking to add to a 4-2 lead. Carly Brooks leads things off for the Braves in the bottom of the sixth. Be followed by Morgan Davis and Lexi Cox. UNCP looking for those insurance runs here. Up 4-2 in the bottom of the sixth. Before they'll try to close this one out in the seventh. Pick up the win in game one of today's doubleheader. Try to stay perfect in the Peach Belts Conference. Braves 11-8-1 overall, 2-0 in the PBC. Francis Marion 17-7, but 2-2 in Peach Belts Conference play. Quickly the count 2-0 to Carly Brooks, the Braves designated player. 0-2 today as she takes that one. That hit her right in the knee. She scoots down the first base line on the hit by pitch. So Morgan Davis now to bat for the Braves, and if the Braves can get some production out of this part of the lineup this inning, that would be very, very nice. And these are the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Davis and Cox at bat and on deck. Both hitless so far in this game. Jamie Johnson now in the hole this inning. Then get back to the top of the order. Really look for a big inning here and try to just make this a little bit more comfortable. 4-2 is not a comfortable lead, I would say. No matter how good your pitching is or your defense. And it's been good today. It hasn't been outstanding for the Black and Gold. I mean, not the best. Obviously, 2 errors in the game for the Braves, but it hasn't really cost them. They have hit the ball well. This one swung on, slapped foul by Morgan Davis. Makes the count 1-1. Samantha Warbleski on the mound. Hasn't issued a walk yet, but has hit 2 batters. 1-1 pitch. misses high. Brooks leads off of first. That's the second baseman covering, as Kelly has to come in case of a bunt, which Davis is showing. Creating some interesting holes. This bunt goes right back to the pitcher, going over to first with the underhand toss, just in time for the out. Davis showing off the wheels up the first base line. But it's a sac bunt, as Brooks is safe at second. And here comes Lexi Cox to hit. Check that. We'll get a pinch hitter here for UNCP. It'll be Haley Epperson coming in to pinch hit. So Epperson will get her first at-bat of the ball game. Epperson this season, a 136 hitter. She's got 3 hits in 22 tries. One of those 3 hits is a double. Also has knocked in 2 runs, walked 6 times, struck out 5 times, and also 2 of 3 on stolen base attempts. First pitch in there for a called strike at the knees to Haley Epperson. See if she takes over for Cox in left field, or if they'll put Cox back out there. 0-1 misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on second in the bottom of the 6th for the Braves. They lead the Patriots 4-2. Pitch fouled off behind home plate. In on the wrist there of Epperson. She just had to fight it off. And now it's 1-2. The pitch swung on and missed. The Warbleski gets her 5th strikeout of the game. And that's the 2nd out of the inning. Back to the top of the order we go. Jamie Johnson to bat now for the Braves. Let's see if she can bring home that run from second. Give the Braves that 3rd run of cushion. Johnson at the plate today, a pair of doubles and also a ground out. A very nice looking 2 for 3. Pitch misses high and away for ball 1. Warbluski's pitch misses high and away. Got a final score from UNCP baseball as the Braves snap a 2-game losing streak with a win over Coker, 6-4. This ball skied out towards left field. It's going back towards the wall on the run. It bounces off the wall. That'll score Brooks, and it's another double for Jamie Johnson, her 3rd double of the game. 5-2 UNCP. That run could make the difference. So the inning continues. Whitney Jackson to bat now for the Braves. She's 1 for 2 with an RBI double back in the 3rd inning. Let's see if she can get another one against Warbleski. Off-speed pitch, outside corner, called a strike. Chopped to 3rd, on the run, Bloomquist, the throw over to first in time for the out. But the Braves add 1 more in the bottom of the 6th inning to take a 5-2 lead. Last inning potentially, as Francis Marion down to their final 3 outs. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Top of the 7th inning with UNCP up 5-2 over the Francis Marion Patriots. It will be the top of the order, though, coming up for FMU with Barzola, Brunson, and Welty. And if you're looking at a 3-run deficit in the last inning, trying to come back with needing 3 runs and only having 3 outs, that's generally who you want at the plate, is the top of the order to try to get it started, where you put your best hitters. Best players are getting on base, and then with some of those bigger, more powerful bats in the middle part of the order, get to see what Francis Marion is made of here. Game 2 of today's doubleheader will begin about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Bunt laid down, back up the middle, the throw over to first, not in time. And Barzola safe with the bunt single. She is so fast. So here's Taylor Brunson. 1 for 2 at the plate, also had a sac bunt. She takes there on the inside corner for a called strike. Barzola on first. Let's see if they send her and try to steal a base. This one hit in the air to the right side. That drops in. The throw goes over to second, not in time. Back-to-back singles to get the 7th inning started for the Patriots. Now the tying run comes to the plate in the form of Chelsea Welty. And it looks like Brittany Bennett wants to make a change in the circle. Definitely wants to talk things over. Let's see if we'll get a new pitcher for the black and gold. So no pitching change. It's still Katie Saunders in the circle for UNCP. They want her to try to finish this one out, go the distance, pick up the W, keep the Braves perfect in conference play. Catcher Chelsea Welty to the plate. She's 2 for 2. 2 singles, 1 run batted in. She was also intentionally walked, lines it over to short. Diving back in as they tried to double off Barzola, but she got back safely. Great reflexes by Gerhardt. Davis got over to cover. And the Braves pick up a key out. It would have been nice to get a second out. They'll take the 1. They finally have gotten Chelsea Welty out once in this game. He had 2 singles and was intentionally walked once. Here's Nevin. She hits the ball well towards left center field. A no-doubter, and we're back even. 3-run home run, Micah Nevin. It's 5-5. So the Braves will have to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Question now becomes, will Francis Marion be ahead, or will we just be tied? Ninth hit of the ball game for the Patriots. Their first home run of the game. And they picked a very, very, very good time to get it. Breaking through in a big way against Katie Saunders to tie the ball game at 5. Shows you how important that insurance run was last inning, though, for the Braves. Looks like we'll get a pinch hitter here for the Patriots. It'll be Taylor Johnson. Tossing on a batting helmet. Trotting out there is Taylor Barano, senior from Monroe, North Carolina. Gets her first opportunity to swing the bat today. So Francis Marion head coach Stacy Valley making the call there to go with the substitution. Taylor Barano takes the first pitch for a called strike. Saunders ready with the 0-1 offering. Grounded foul down the third base line. Strike 2. O2 offering. Checked her swing, strike 3. And they'll say she did go around. The 5th strikeout of the game for Katie Saunders in the circle. 2 outs, bases empty. Kaylee Childers coming up to bat now.
Now batting right fielder number 18, Kaylee Childers.
Hits this one towards center field. On the run, that drops. As Jackson can't get to it, Childers looking for second. She's got a double. Standing up, a 2-out double as Childers keeps the inning alive for the Patriots.
Now batting first baseman number 0, Shelby Kelly.
Shelby Kelly now up to bat. She swings at the first pitch, gone to short. Gerhardt gathers, throws to first in time. But Francis Marion scores 3 runs on the home run by Micah Nevin. Braves coming up to bat, looking to walk off in the bottom of the 7th. Stay tuned. Bottom of the 7th in a tie game. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Abby Walters leads it off, followed by Taylor Gerhardt and Tony Nelson. This is the part of the order that has been getting it done for the Braves. They just need one to try to walk off with the win. Pitching change here for the Patriots. It's Shelby Kelly taking over in the circle for the visitors from Francis Marion University. That means we also have a new first baseman. You can just move Warbleski over to first. And now she'll trot off the field, and they'll put somebody else over there. Changing their minds at the last minute. I suppose they can do that. Micah Nevin will actually be the first baseman now. As right-handed pitcher Shelby Kelly gets in those last couple warm-up tosses. The senior from Jacksonville, Florida, looking to shut the Braves out here in the 7th and give her Patriots another chance to hit in extra innings. Game 2 will begin approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. And got to imagine if this one ends up going extra innings, that'll be a very quick 30 minutes. It'll probably be more like 26 or 27 minutes. Don't hold your breath is what I'm saying. I mean, unless you can hold your breath for 26 or 27. And if you can, I mean, don't hide that. Go tell somebody about that, because that's like a superpower or something. But it will be a little bit quicker than usual in between games if this one goes extras, is what I'm saying. Abby Walters leading off. He's 2 for 3 at the plate with a pair of singles. 1-0 pitch on the way. Fouled off to the right side and into the parking lot where it almost landed in the bed of someone's pickup truck. That was well placed. If they didn't have the cover over the bed of their pickup truck, they might have actually just driven off with a souvenir. 1-1 pitch on the way to Walters. Swung on and missed. Shelby Kelly, a fresh arm here for Francis Marion. First chance the Braves have gotten to see her. It makes you wonder, UNCP, if they had to do it all over again, do you leave Katie Saunders in the game there in that 7th inning? Just that one mistake pitch that cost the Braves dearly on the 3-run homer to tie the game. 2-2 pitch on the way to Abby Walters as Kelly fires, and it's popped up behind home plate. Will it stay in the field of play? It is caught by the catcher. Or not. I thought it was caught. So Walters catches a break, stays alive. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off. No doubt this one bounces into the net. Wind really picking up, blowing straight out to center field. Would help on a long fly ball. Could give it that extra oomph. Swings, golfs this one foul. That one was in the dirt. That was probably ball 3. Walters taking no chances. Determined to put this ball in play. Try to beat out a potential throw and start a rally. 2-2 pitch. Outside. Ball 3. Payoff pitch to Walters. Swung on and missed. She is retired. Something the Braves do no matter what. They will run down to first, regardless of whether the strike was made or not. They have to, they make sure that the catcher held onto the ball, because then when the throw went down, the first baseman, Warbleski, never stepped on the bag, so they have to check and see if the catcher held onto the ball, and she did, so it's a strikeout. First strikeout on the first batter faced by Shelby Kelly. There's one away in the Braves half of the 7th. Taylor Gerhardt at the plate. She's 2 for 3 with a home run and a single. Scored on, well, both of those. Obviously, she scored on the solo home run. Also singled in the following inning and was driven home by Tony Nelson. Nelson is waiting on deck. 1 out, bases empty in a tie ball game. Bottom of the 7th. 0-1 pitch. Low and away for a ball. One. Away. 2-1. Should be a good pitch here to hit for Taylor Gerhardt. And it's low and inside. So now 3-1. I'd imagine Kelly does not want to issue the free pass. Nelson on deck. Here it comes to Gerhardt, who hits it up the middle. Going back, it is over the fence. A walk-off home run for Taylor Gerhardt. And the Braves win. Straight up the middle to straightaway center field, and the Braves walk-off winner in a game 1 of today's doubleheader. Taylor Gerhardt comes up huge for UNCP, her second home run of the game, and it's a Braves victory. Gerhardt with her 4th home run of the year, and that's probably right now her favorite of the season. 6-5 Braves win. We'll be back in about 30 minutes for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. UNCP stays perfect in Peach Belt Conference play with this 6-5 walk-off win over Francis Marion. We'll see you right back here at LRA Field in about 30 minutes. All right, softball fans, welcome back to LRA Field on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the UNCP Braves and the Francis Marion Patriots. If you're with us for Game 1, you already know the Braves won 6-5 on a walk-off home run by Taylor Gerhardt. Braves looking to stay perfect in the Peach Belt Conference as they come in 12-8-1 on the year, 3-0 in the PBC now thanks to the win just a few moments ago. Francis Marion 17-8, 2-3 in the Peach Belt Conference. We are ready for the second game of today's doubleheader on the Braves Broadcast Network. I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for stopping by. Let's get you the starting lineups for both teams, starting with the visitors from Francis Marion University, as their head coach Stacy Valley has drawn it up. It goes like this. Brianna Barzola leads off and plays left field. Taylor Brunson, a junior second baseman, bats second. Freshman catcher Chelsea Welty in the 3 spot in the batting order. Micah Nevin, the senior and designated player, will bat fourth. Shannon Lopez at first base and batting fifth. She's new into the lineup compared to Game 1. Kaylee Childers in right field batting sixth. Taylor Johnson, the shortstop, bats seventh. Junior center fielder Michaela Barnhart in the 8 hole. And Sherry Bloomquist batting ninth. She's a senior third baseman. The Braves starting pitcher in this one is not Taylor Strickland. That is Abby Walters. The Braves made that change from what was announced. They changed it at home plate for complicated softball rule reasons. Abby Walters throws in the first pitch on the outside corner, called strike one. Starting pitcher for Francis Marion will be Shelby Kelly. She's the one who finished the Game 1 and ended up taking the loss after the Gerhardt home run. First pitch came in at 5:26 p.m. Second pitch, also a strike, also was thrown at 5:26 p.m. as Abby Walters works pretty quickly on the mound. Defensively, the Braves line up like this. After this pitch is swung on and missed. And we'll have to see, are they going to say she held on to that cleanly? No, so the base given there to Brianna Barzola. So no outs still. Defensively, the Braves in the outfield from left to right, Cox, Jackson, and Epperson. At third base, Johnson, Gerhardt at short, Davis at second, Melvin at first, and Nelson behind the plate. Bunt shown, pulled back, the throw goes down to first. She's safe at first, and it was strike one. We will get you the defensive alignment for Francis Marion and the Braves batting order before the start of the bottom of the first inning. Bunt shown, pulled back, and again called strike two. This is Taylor Brunson at the plate. Brunson, a .273 hitter on the season. Barzola's on first. She came in with a .365 average into Game 2, but struck out. 0-2 pitch, low. So Walters facing a 1-2 count in the circle. She fires at home. It's grounded foul into the backstop, and we'll do it again. One-two pitch, misses high, runner goes, throw goes down to second. It gets dropped by Gerhardt as she was covering the bag, so Barzola goes on and steals second, really punishing the Braves catcher Nelson for dropping the third strike against her. Now she's on second with no outs. For Barzola, it's her third stolen base in as many attempts this season. 2-2 count to Taylor Brunson. Walters continues to work in the circle. Turns down one side, now delivers the pitch, grounded foul to the right side. Quick visit to the pitcher Walters from Nelson. Now she'll trot back to her spot behind home plate. And like a gorgeous evening in Pembroke, North Carolina. 75 degrees and very few clouds in the sky. Should be a nice one all evening. As that misses low. Make it 3-2 now. Sunset about an hour away, and then the temperature will drop into the high 60s. This one hit back up the middle. The throw goes over to first, and now they go back over to third, but the runner's safe at third. So Brunson is out. The 1-3 ground out. Barzola on to third, and now there's just one out.
Catcher number 11, Chelsea Welty.
Now it's Chelsea Welty's turn to hit. Welty, the freshman with a .337 batting average so far this year, hits this ball back up the middle. It's through into center field and brings home a run. Barzola scores. It's 1-0 Patriots. For Welty, it's her 19th run batted in of the season. She leads the Patriots in that category. And in the first game today, she was 2 for 3 and knocked in 1 run. Already matched that RBI total from game 1 with her first at bat here today in game 2. First pitch, a called strike to Micah Nevin, designated player in the Francis Marion lineup. Owner of a .310 batting average, the senior, in the right-handed batter's box. Walters with the 0-1 pitch. That hits her on the hip, and she'll take first base. Not a great start to the inning here for Abby Walters after it looked really good. The first hitter got to strike out, but it was a dropped third strike. She was able to reach first safely. Since then, Francis Marion has really capitalized. Jumped out to that 1-0 lead. Here's Shannon Lopez to the plate. The senior getting the start in game 2 after she didn't appear at all in the first game. Grounds this one to third. Bag tag going over to first. Double play. 5-3 double play, and the Patriots are retired in the top of the first, but they do score 1. Braves coming up to bat for the first time in game number 2, trailing already 1-0.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Bottom of the first inning at LRA Field, home of UNCP softball. Let's get you the defensive alignment for Francis Marion. In the outfield from left to right, Barzola, Barnhart, and Childers. In the infield, third base, Bloomquist, Johnson at short, Brunson at second, Lopez at first, Welty behind the plate. And the starting pitcher for the Patriots in game 2 of this doubleheader is Shelby Kelly, the senior with a 1.52 ERA. This is her 13th start of the season and her 21st overall appearance. 9-7 is her win-loss record over 92 1/3 innings pitched. Opponents hitting just .218 against her. She struck out 87 and walked 27. UNCP coming to the plate. Their batting order looks like this. Jamie Johnson will lead off, followed by Whitney Jackson. Junior Abby Walters is the pitcher, and the number 3 hitter, Taylor Gerhart, the hero from game 1 with that walk-off homer in the cleanup spot again, followed by Tony Nelson. Then Savannah Melvin, Haley Epperson, Morgan Davis. Rounding it out is sophomore left fielder Lexi Cox for UNCP. So Shelby Kelly meets with her infield in the circle before she throws the first pitch here for Francis Marion in game 2. Jamie Johnson ready to dig into the right-handed batter's box. The sophomore third baseman has a .352 batting average so far this year. She started all 21 games for the Braves, has 25 hits, including 5 doubles and 1 home run. She shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes ball 1 outside. Breeze blowing straight out to center field. Just help every ball that's hit out in the outfield. This one does catch the outside corner. Makes it 1-1. This one fouled off. The pitch, grounded past the second baseman into right center field. Johnson gets to show off the wheels. That rolls all the way to the wall. She's up to second without a problem. Jamie Johnson leads things off for the Braves with a double. And that's a good way to start an inning where you're already trailing. Johnson, last game, which was, obviously game one of this doubleheader, 3 doubles in the game. She went 3 for 4, just scored 1 run and knocked in a run as well. But all 3 of her hits being doubles. She really likes playing at LRA Field. Whitney Jackson to the plate now. Shows bunt, pulls back, the ball gets away from the catcher, Welty, and on to third goes Johnson on the wild pitch. Whitney Jackson, .368 batting average this year, 25 hits, 4 doubles, 1 triple, and 2 home runs. He's showing bunt as more of a timing mechanism and lofts this ball to short where it's caught by the shortstop Johnson, and there's one away. So now it's Abby Walters' turn to hit. Runner on third is Johnson, who led off with the double and took third on a wild pitch. Kelly holds a little bit too long in the circle, and Walters calls time. Walters, the junior, leads the Braves in batting average with a .474 mark. The pitch misses outside. 1-0. Walters also the team leader in doubles with 10 and 37 hits, 18 runs batted in. She's a force at the plate. Hits this one past the third baseman into left field, and that ties up the game. Johnson scores from third, an RBI single for Abby Walters. We're back even at 1-1. Nice piece of hitting there for Abby Walters. Didn't try to do too much with it. It was low in the zone. She hit it on the ground and gave the Braves the run they wanted. Taylor Gerhardt to the plate now, the Braves shortstop. .358 hitter, big swing, misses, and stealing second is Walters as the throw goes into center field past the covering shortstop Johnson. Abby Walters showing she can pitch, she can hit, and she can run as well. She swipes second base. Gerhardt, 2 home runs in the first game of today's doubleheader, giving her 4 for the season. Stands in that right-handed batter's box. The 0-1 pitch on the way, misses outside. Kind of a stunt run over from second by Walters. Seeing if she can draw a throw and force Francis Marion to commit an error. The Braves will be very aggressive on the base paths. They try to manufacture runs. Breaking ball misses low and away. 2-1. Shadows starting to get longer across LRA Field as it used to just be a gorgeous evening. That one misses outside as well. It's now 3-1 to Taylor Gerhardt. And maybe the Patriots thinking about pitching around her a little bit. Kelly came in to pitch the 7th inning of game 1 and allowed that walk-off home run. And there's ball 4 outside, so she doesn't really want to mess with Taylor Gerhardt this at-bat. 5-pitch walk, and Gerhardt is aboard with the base on balls. Runners on first and second, 1 out, and Tony Nelson to the plate. Now, Nelson hitting .400 now on the season after the sensational game in the early game today when she went 3 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. She's been swinging a hot bat here today. See if she can keep it going and help the Braves jump out early in game 2. Kelly's pitch Just misses outside. She's trying to paint that outside corner against the Braves' right-handed hitters. Home plate umpire not given the call there. Nelson with 4 doubles and 2 home runs among her 24 hits this year. Takes this one on the inside half for strike 1. Second baseman Brunson also getting a workout here in the infield. She's trotting to cover second base after just about every pitch. Interesting to see if they actually do try to throw down and pick off Abby Walters. So this one misses outside. And the pitch count starting to get up there just this inning here for Shelby Kelly. I imagine she's not as tired, but she did, she warmed up and pitched last game. She pitched the last inning of last game and ended up taking the L. This ball laced into left field, down the third base line. It's a fair ball into the corner. Walters will score easily from second. It's a stand-up double for Tony Nelson, and the Braves go up 2-1. Gerhardt safe at third. Walters scores. This is starting to look like a very nice inning for the black and gold. Savannah Melvin to bat now for the Braves. And the Braves have proven they can play with some of the best teams in the country. The Braves knocked off Catawba, ranked number 17, back on March 7th. And the Braves still undefeated in PBC play. One of the few teams that can still make that claim. As, league play starting to get underway now. This is the second doubleheader the Braves have played in conference, the third for Francis Marion. First pitch, a strike on the outside corner for Savannah Melvin, the freshman hitting .303. She fouls this one off behind home plate, and foul. It looked like Gerhardt was going on contact there. She slid into home plate as the ball was landing. There you go. There's more aggressive base running for this UNCP team. Savannah Melvin back into the right-handed batter's box. 20 of 66 at the plate this year. 1 double, 1 triple, 1 home run. 10 runs batted in for the Braves freshman. 0-2 pitch on the way. Just missed outside. Shelby Kelly looking at the umpire a little bit. I think she wanted that call. One-two pitch. Just missed outside again. That time Melvin was leaning, reaching for it. Didn't actually really make much of a swing at it. Kind of started to bring her hands forward, but not even a swing. So it's 2-2. Runners on second and third. 1 out in the bottom of the first. UNCP leading 2-1. Here's the pitch from Shelby Kelly. And that does catch the outside corner. Strike 3 looking. And Savannah Melvin is retired for out number 2. Brings up Haley Epperson, the sophomore who's started 7 games so far. This is her 8th start of the year and her 13th overall appearance. 3 of 23 at the plate. Does have 2 runs batted in, 1 double. A little tough to judge that 130 batting average right now. This would be huge for her. First pitch misses low and away. Epperson already the 7th Braves batter to come to the plate this inning. Nelson on second, Gerhardt on third. The 1-0 pitch swung on, going the opposite way with it, foul, and into the parking lot. The 1-1, fouled off into the screen. Again, contact made by Epperson. This has been a very unusual inning for Shelby Kelly. Remember, her ERA is at 1.52. She's already given up 2 runs here in the first inning. This one misses low and away. 20 earned runs across 92 1/3 innings pitched for the senior right-handed pitcher for Francis Marion. But the Braves jumping over her early. 2-2 pitch, swung on, fouled off to the right side. She got to face two batters last game, struck out Abby Walters and allowed the home run to Taylor Gerhardt. 2-2 pitch, low and inside, blocked well behind the plate by the catcher Welty. Otherwise that was going to the backstop, and you might have seen a play at the plate, the way Gerhardt is so aggressive running at third. So the count goes full to Haley Epperson. The pitch misses outside, and that walks the bases loaded. On to the number 8 hitter, Morgan Davis, the Braves senior second baseman with a .254 batting average, 15 hits in 59 tries. Just one run batted in for her this year. And she's got to look up, see ducks on the pond, bases juiced, and makes your mouth water a little bit as a batter. Let's see what she's able to do. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's a called strike on the outside corner. It would have to be a very nice bunt here to try to score this run. I think she's probably going to swing away. Swings and slaps this one foul into the backstop. 0-2 now the count. Davis, the senior from Winterville, North Carolina, in the left-handed batter's box. The 0-2 pitch swings and misses. And the Braves leave the bases loaded in the bottom of the first, but they do take the lead. It's 2-1 UNCP. Top of the second inning coming up next on the Braves Broadcast Network. Six, 7, and 8 due up for the Patriots in the top of the second inning. Kaylee Childers, followed by Taylor Johnson and Michaela Barnhart, as the Patriots got the 1-0 lead in the top of the first and then gave it right back. Now it's the Braves up by 1 in what could be a pretty high-scoring game if this pace continues. Kaylee Childers to lead things off, the junior with a .250 batting average at this point in the season, with 2 doubles and 7 runs batted in. She'll hit left-handed against the right-handed Braves pitcher, Abby Walters. Walters played some right field in game 1. This one swung on, grounded to third. High bounce comes in on Johnson. The throw just in the nick of time. And there's quickly one away. So now Taylor Johnson to bat. Freshman in the Francis Marion batting order with a .323 clip at the plate. 21 hits in 65 at-bats, 5 doubles, a triple, 1 home run, and 12 runs batted in. Pretty good hitter. Righty-righty matchup. Walters fires, and it misses low and inside. Taylor Johnson calls San Diego, California home. Played softball at La Jolla Country Day School in San Diego. Takes that one high and outside. 2-1. The pitch from Walters misses low and inside, and now it's 3-1. Number 8 hitter Michaela Barnhart waiting on deck. Cherie Bloomquist in the hole. The 3-1 offering is right down the middle, taken for strike 2. The pitch, swung on and missed. Abby Walters battling back, earning her second strikeout of the game. Now she fell behind in that count early, but did not give up on it, and strikes out Taylor Johnson for the second out of the inning. So 2 away for the Patriots, bases empty in the top of the second. And it's Michaela Barnhart's turn to hit. Barnhart, the owner of a .278 batting average, takes ball 1. The pitch, swung on and missed for strike 2. Strike 1, excuse me. One pitch, low and away. Here's Walters' 2-1 pitch, grounded back up the middle, right to her, and tosses it over to first for the third out. 1-2-3 inning in the circle for Abby Walters. And we'll go to the bottom of the second inning. Braves leading the Patriots 2-1.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
The Braves will start the bottom of the second inning at the bottom of the order with Lexi Cox. And then we'll be back to the top of the order with Jamie Johnson and Whitney Jackson. 9, 1, and 2 due up for UNCP. In the bottom of the second, Braves up 2-1 over the Patriots after they won 6-5 in the first game of today's doubleheader, thanks to a walk-off home run by Taylor Gerhard. Lexi Cox at the plate, the sophomore, hitting 180 early this year. Going to turn that around here with a good performance at the plate here in Game 2. She was 0 for 2 at the plate in the first game today. First pitch was a ball, 1-0. Shelby Kelly ready to go quickly, and this one fouled off. Kelly's 1-1 as it's fouled off to the left side. Cox was just out in front of it. One-two pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3 swinging on Lexi Cox. And that's out number 1 in the second inning. Back to the top of the order we go. Jamie Johnson coming to the plate for the Braves. Their third baseman. 1 for 1 with a double so far in Game 2. Johnson is a sophomore from Kenly, North Carolina. Digs into the right-handed batter's box. All of her hits today have been doubles, and this one hits her. So she had been hitting the ball so well, the ball looking for some revenge. Or that one just got away from Shelby Kelly. Johnson runs down to first, then keeps on running, makes sure that she's good to go, walks it off, and she'll be fine, stays in the game. So here's Whitney Jackson, the Braves center fielder. from Farmville, North Carolina. She's coming off a 1-for-3 performance in the first game, included an RBI double. 0-for-1 in this second game. Takes for strike one on the outer half. Nice lead off of first for Jamie Johnson, one of the fastest players on the Braves team. 12 of 13 on stolen base attempts this year. She can be a problem on the base paths. The 0-1 grounded past the diving shortstop into left field. Everybody moves up a base. Johnson to second. Jackson is safe on first with a one-out single. Now the pitcher, Abby Walters, to the plate. She has an RBI single to bring home the Braves' first run last inning. She also came around to score the second run. Walters with that .474 batting average coming into this second game, and it went up after that last hit. Patient at the plate, takes strike one on the outside corner. That would have been a very difficult pitch to hit, so she lays off it. Shelby Kelly in the circle. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded down the third base line, foul. Oh, and 2 the count to Abby Walters. Runners on first and second, one out in the bottom of the second. Grounded again, foul to almost the exact same spot. Like a pretty similar pitch. Walters went low in the zone, might have gotten out of the zone a little bit, but she's taken the safe approach. It's a foul. The pitch swung on and missed. Another strikeout for Shelby Kelly. That is the 4th Braves batter she has fanned. And that's the second out of the second inning. Taylor Gerhardt on to hit now. She walked in her first plate appearance of this game. And went 3 for 4 in the first game with 2 home runs. Also scored 3 runs and only drove in 2 runs. Both of her home runs were solo affairs. Takes that one outside. You know Shelby Kelly is very aware of what Taylor Gerhardt can do with a bat in her hands. The 1-0 offering. That's high and tight. Gerhardt's a little bit close to the plate, so maybe trying to back her off the plate a little bit. But that was also more high than it was close to hitting her. The 2-0 pitch from Kelly. That's in there for a strike, right on the inside corner. Two outs, runners on first and second. This ball grounded to short, scooped up by Johnson, and throw over to first. A one-hopper picked out of the dirt by Lopez for the 3rd out of the inning. Braves can't get anything going in the second. We're through 2 innings complete at LRA Field. Braves up on the Patriots 2-1. Nine, 1, and 2 due up this inning for the Patriots. We'll start with Cherie Bloomquist, who gets her first look at pitcher Abby Walters. Bloomquist, a senior, hitting .255 this year. 13 hits and 51 at-bats. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Also for Bloomquist, of those 13 hits, 1 double and 1 triple. She's knocked in 4 runs, walked 7 times, and struck out 7 times. The 0-1 pitch. Shows bunt, can't get it fair as it bounces into the backstop. Abby Walters with a pretty clean sheet through the first 2 innings. Just the 1 run allowed. And faced 8 hitters to get those first 6 outs. This one misses high and outside on Bloomquist. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And held on behind the plate by Nelson. It's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Abby Walters. She struck out 3 of the 9 hitters in the first trip through the batting order for the Patriots. Back to the top of the order we go. Brianna Barzola on to hit. She scored the only run so far for the Patriots after she led off with a strikeout. But it was dropped. She was able to take first, then stole second, and came around to score. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Just kind of a wave at it. She's trying to slap at it, I think. But she was also almost halfway out of the batter's box by the time she would have made contact. Didn't time it up right. Walters, the 0-2 pitch, just a bit high. Here's the 1-2, grounded foul into the backstop. The 1-2 pitch. Strike 3, looking on the outside corner, ringer up. Back-to-back Ks for Abby Walters. Now 4 Patriot hitters gone by way of the strikeout. And Taylor Brunson comes up to hit with 2 outs and the bases empty. Brunson, a junior from Shawnee, Kansas. Strike 1 there. The 0-1 offering. It comes close to hitting her at the ankles. That's a ball. Walters 1-1 pitch. Taken for a strike. One-two pitch, grounded towards second. A diving attempt by Davis gets past her into right field. She got a piece of it, but not enough, and it's a 2-out single for Taylor Brunson. Brings up Chelsea Welty, the owner of the other hit so far for Francis Marion. There was an RBI single back in the first. She swings at the first pitch, grounds it to Gerhardt at short. She can't handle it. It's off into right field, and they will hold up the runner at third. And they will score that in an error on the Braves shortstop. Gerhardt a little bit shaken up on that one. UNCP head coach Brittany Bennett will come chat with her shortstop. She took that one on the shin. umpire will give her an opportunity to walk it off. She'll stay in the game.
Now batting for the Patriots, designated player number 13, Micah Nevin.
Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Micah Nevin to the plate. Braves holding on to a 1-run lead. Micah Nevin, the senior catcher from Jacksonville Beach, Florida, takes strike 1. Nevin was hit by a pitch in her first plate appearance. Looking at the 0-1 pitch here, grounds it foul into the backstop for strike 2. Walters with the 0-2 pitch. Just misses. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3 swinging. And the Patriots not able to scratch across a run in the top of the 3rd. We're through 2.5 at LRA Field. Braves leading Francis Marion 2-1.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Nelson, Melvin, and Epperson to up this inning for the Braves. Leading off will be the Braves catcher Tony Nelson, as they'll send 5, 6, and 7 hitters to the plate this inning to face Francis Marion's pitcher Shelby Kelly. Bottom of the 3rd in Pembroke. Braves leading 2-1, looking for the sweep in this doubleheader against the Patriots. They won the first game 6-5 on a Taylor Gerhardt home run. Now, despite that, the Patriots still own the all-time season series, and it's not even really that close. It's 41-15 in favor of the Patriots in the all-time series. But they split last year, and the Braves have, at least for most of this afternoon and evening, looked like the better team. They've committed some more errors. They've committed the only error so far today, or in the second game, and they committed 2 errors in the first game. Francis Marion's still been flawless in the field. But the bats have just been going for the Braves, as in game 1, they scored 6 runs on 12 hits. And now they've got 2 runs on 4 hits to the 1 run on 2 hits by the Patriots here in game number 2. First pitch missing high and outside to Tony Nelson, sophomore from Bear Creek, North Carolina. Shelby Kelly in the circle. She delivers and misses outside. 2-0. Nelson had the RBI double in the first. Brought home the second of the Braves' 2 runs in this game. 2-1 now the count. Nelson taking again, and again a called strike. Swing and a miss. And Nelson is retired to start off the third inning. Seen a lot more strikeouts here in game number 2. Kelly at 5 strikeouts now. UNCP starter Abby Walters has also struck out 5. Not even through the third inning yet, and combined 10 strikeouts in the game. That's a lot. Both pitchers really doing a nice job of attacking hitters. Savannah Melvin at the plate. She's 0 for 1 and was the first strikeout victim of the game by Shelby Kelly. Hits this one off foul to the right side and falls behind 0-2. Kelly's 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded, foul, this time to the left side. So Savannah Melvin stays alive with that contact. Ball 1 issued as it misses into the opposite batter's box. Melvin is a freshman from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Steps out, now steps back into the right-handed batter's box. The pitch, swung on and missed. Catcher holds on and throws over to first for good measure. That's the second out of the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts by Shelby Kelly. She's up to 6 in the game. And now it's Haley Epperson's turn to hit. Epperson walked her first time to the plate, a sophomore from Summerfield, North Carolina. Now walked more times than she struck out this year, following that walk in the first inning. Bases empty, 2 outs, bottom of the third, and she swings and misses at this one. Nice motion on that pitch from Shelby Kelly, as the Braves are just chasing ones that are ending up in the dirt. Some nice motion on those pitches. There it is again. This time, Epperson lays off and the count even at 1-1. Wind dying down a little bit here in Pembroke as the sun sets behind us at LRA Field. Kelly's 2-1 pitch, swung on, hit well down the third base line. That's a fair ball into the corner. Nice hustle in left field. The throw coming into second. Barzola can't get her. And that is a double for Haley Epperson. Just the 4th hit this year for the Braves sophomore. And she's trying to get something going for the Braves in the third. Morgan Davis now to the plate, the second baseman for the Braves. The senior is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Davis from Winterville, North Carolina. Stands in the left-handed batter's box. Swings, hits this one in the air behind home plate. The third baseman to it, and she squeezes it for the third out. Good read by Bloomquist. Calls off her catcher and squeezes the third out of the inning. Braves get a runner on second with 2 outs. Can't do anything with it. 3 innings in the books at LRA Field. Braves 2, Patriots 1.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Shannon Lopez leads things off for the Patriots in the top of the fourth. She'll be followed by Kaylee Childers and Taylor Johnson. As the Patriots chasing one run right now, it's 2-1 Braves. We begin the fourth inning at LRA Field. I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Thank you for joining us for UNCP softball this afternoon or evening, depending on where you're watching from, of course. First pitch swung on and missed. Temperature starting to drop here in Pembroke after just a spectacular evening and a very nice sunset as well. About 73 degrees right now. It was 77 when we got started at 3 p.m. Eastern with the first game, so it's been just a very pleasant day to be outside and enjoying some Peach Belt Conference softball action, where they're really supposed to turn over the weekend. Some rain and some clouds in the forecast, but as well as the temperature also going up. Speaking of going upstairs to chase that ball is Shannon Lopez. Fouled it off. That was definitely ball one, high and away, but that rising pitch, she wanted a piece of it. She did get a piece of it. 0-2, the pitch from Walters, low and inside this time. Walters varying the locations, almost to an extreme with those last two pitches. The 1-2, swung on, grounded to the left side, on the run. Johnson from third, and the throw in. Plenty of time to retire Lopez. One away in the fourth inning. Second time this game, Lopez has grounded out to, or has made an out to the third baseman. The first time was back in the first inning when she hit a shot over to third. And it ended up being a double play ball. It ended Francis Marion's best scoring threat of the game, where they had already had one run in the inning. This ball hit back up the middle by Childers, and the throw over to first in plenty of time. Just like that, two away in the Patriots' half of the fourth. Braves infield feeling pretty good about the way things are going with Abby Walters in the circle. Walters has struck out 5, walked none, did hit one batter. Otherwise, it's just been pretty much cruising up and down the Francis Marion batting order. First pitch misses low and inside to Taylor Johnson, who won with a strikeout. In that first game, Johnson went 0 for 3, struck out once and popped out twice. Hits this one foul off to the right side, and that's going into the parking lot. And well, the pickup truck that we have basically closest to same, and there's certainly a risk reward in parking close to the entrance to LRA Field. You park close, you don't have to walk as far to your car, but you park too close and foul balls are going to get you. The red pickup parked that way. They had a lid on the bed of the pickup. They popped it open. It's almost inviting balls to try to drop in there. This one grounded weakly over to third, scooped up by Johnson. The throw in time. 3 up, 3 down for the Patriots in the fourth inning. Braves coming up to bat in the bottom of the fourth when we come back. They lead 2-1. We'll start the second inning or the fourth inning, just like we started the second inning for the Braves. 9-1 and 2 due up for UNCP. Lexi Cox to lead it off, followed by Jamie Johnson and Whitney Jackson back at the top of the order. Cox struck out in her first at-bat. Shelby Kelly in the circle for the Patriots has been pretty solid. Struck out 6, walked just 1, giving up 5 hits and 2 runs across the first 3 innings of work. First pitch to Lexi Cox, missed outside. Cox, a sophomore from Whispering Pines, North Carolina. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes ball 2. Shelby Kelly, the 2-0 offering. Bunt shown, pulled back again. That time a called strike. Braves got their 2 runs in the first inning. Since then, it's been quiet for both teams. It was 2-1 after 1 inning. It's 2-1 as we start the bottom of the 4th. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Swung on, hit in the air to the left side, but foul. Lights taking over at LRA Field as the last little bits of sunset. Sunlight starting to dip down behind the horizon. Payoff pitch, swung on, golfed into left field, dropping quickly but caught. Nice jump on it by the left fielder Barzola. She gets to it for the first out. So Jamie Johnson comes to the plate. She's 1 for 1 with a double. Also reached after she was hit by a pitch in the second inning. Remember, she came in hitting .252. That's just going up. She's 26 of 72 at the plate. The pitch. Bunt shown, pulled back, ball 1 outside. The 1-0. Swung on and missed. Actually got a piece of it foul. The 1-1. Outside. Kelly rocks and throws. This one fouled off to the right side, out of play. The 2-2 hit in the air to right center field. A nice charge into this one from Johnson. And an incredible diving catch in center field by Barnhart. Wow. That ball was destined for the gap. Johnson was on her way to third. And goes back to the dugout. She just keeps on running and goes back to the dugout. Sometimes all you can do is tip your cap and get ready for the next play. Whitney Jackson now comes up to bat. She's 1 for 2. They try to spark a 2-out rally here for the Braves. Breaking ball at the knees, strike 1 called. The Braves have gotten a hit in every inning so far. They had 3 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 in the third. But only scored in that first inning. Strike 2 catches the outside corner. Jackson taps this one to third. Good hands by Bloomquist at the hot corner. Throws it across the diamond for the 3rd out. 1-2-3 inning for UNCP in the 4th. We'll go to the top of the 5th. 2-1, Braves lead.
you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Braves holding a 2-1 lead as we begin the 5th inning at LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. On the Braves Broadcast Network, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for stopping by to watch some UNCP softball in a Peach Belt Conference doubleheader against the Francis Marion Patriots. Center fielder Michaela Barnhart will lead off for the visiting team, followed by Bloomquist, and then back to the top of the order with Barzola. Abby Walters back in the circle for the Braves. That first pitch gets away from her, gets to the backstop. That's not a great start to the 5th inning for UNCP, but doesn't obviously hurt her. It's just one of those kinds of plays that I don't know if you believe in bad omens out there in the circle, but this one hit back up the middle under the glove of Gerhardt and into center field. Let's see how this one is scored. It'll call it a hit, and I'm inclined to agree. So the leadoff hitter aboard. Barnhart now 1 for 2 at the plate, and Cherie Bloomquist digs into bat now. Bunt down the third base line, butt foul. Speedy Michaela Barnhart on first base. She's 5 of 6 on stolen base attempts. That's the best mark of players in Francis Marion's starting lineup here in game number 2. Barnhart listed at 5'2", so you're going to have some wheels at that size. This one fouled off. I'm actually saying she stepped on the plate and she's out. So Cherie Bloomquist called out at the plate. And we'll go back to the top of the order for the Patriots. It's Brianna Barzola in to hit. Trying to steal second, the throw down, not in time and offline. And that's a nice steal for Michaela Barnhart. She got a great jump on it, took off, and not an easy play to make for Nelson behind the plate. So Barzola now with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Pitch hit foul to the left side, evens up the count 1-1. Barzola struck out both times she came to the plate, but in the first, that last strike was dropped, so she was able to get to first, then stole second, and later came around to score. So she scored the only run so far in this game for the Patriots. 2-1 Braves lead, 1 out in the top of the 5th. Shows a bunt, lays it down the third base line, the only play at first, and the Braves throw it into right field. That will score Barnhart for the tying run. Looking for third is Barzola. She will hold up at third base. That is a very costly error by UNCP. Error on the third baseman, Johnson. allows a run to score. And Barzola all the way to third on that major throwing error. So the go-ahead run now on third base for Taylor Brunson. First pitch to her misses high. Brunson 1 for 2 at the plate today, singled and also grounded out. Walters delivers, misses high. The 2-0 pitch, fouled off to the right side. Suddenly this is a very different looking game with that second Braves error. One way to drive a coach crazy is giving away opportunities like that, giving away runs like that. Guarantee you Brittany Bennett is not happy right now in the Braves dugout. (3-1) hit to second, getting to it. The throw over to first gets the out, but the run scores, and Francis Marion takes a 3-2 lead. Base is now empty. Chelsea Welty comes to the plate. Welty's 1 for 2, an RBI single in the first, and reached on an error in the third. That was the first error the Braves had. It ended up not costing them anything. And Francis Marion didn't score any in that third inning. But now that error over at third base earlier this inning has now cost the Braves 2 runs. This one hit well into left center field. On the run is Jackson, and she gets to it in the gap. But Francis Marion scores 2 in the top of the 5th. They take a 3-2 lead. Braves coming back up to bat in just a minute. Middle of the order coming up for the Braves, now trailing for the second time in this game after giving up 2 runs in the top of the 5th. They trailed when they came up to bat for first time in the bottom of the first, but they scored 2 runs that inning. Let's see if they can respond again. They try to stay perfect in Peach Belt Conference play. The Braves have been hot. They've won 5 of their last 6 coming into this doubleheader, won the first game, so it's now 6 of 7 for the Braves. They're 12-8-1 overall, 3-0 in the Peach Belt Conference. Looking to pick up wins where they can get them, and what do they say? There's no place like home. Francis Marion making the short trip up from Florence, South Carolina. These 2 teams, the closest Peach Belt Conference opponents for UNCP and Francis Marion. They're usually the closest is a little bit isolated up here in Southern North Carolina, or for Francis Marion, Northern South Carolina. The rest of the Peach Belt Conference kind of spreads out among South Carolina. Obviously, you think of Peach Belt. Peach State is Georgia. Most of the Peach Belt Conference teams in the state of Georgia. 1-0 pitch, catches the outside corner. 1-1 now to Abby Walters. So these teams appreciating a short trip to play each other when they can get them. 1-1 outside. Walters 1 for 2 today, had an RBI single in the first, struck out in the second. Was 2 for 4 in the first game this afternoon. 2-1 pitch grounded to short, charged by Johnson. The throw not in time. Abby Walters beats out the infield hit. I mentioned it before, I'll say it again, Abby Walters showing many tools here today. She can pitch, she can run, she can hit, she can field her position. Let's see if the Braves can bring her around. She's also the Braves' second leading base stealer at 11 of 12 on stolen base attempts. Taylor Gerhardt, though, the team's best slugger, team leader with 4 home runs. 2 of them came earlier this afternoon, including a walk-off shot. Runner goes, swung on, missed, the throw down to second. Oh, they collide. And that's interference on the shortstop. So safe at second is Taylor Gerhardt, or excuse me, Abby Walters. Taylor Gerhardt at the plate with an 0-1 count. Shows a bunt, pulls it back, and it misses outside. Well, if you want an example of what UNCP softball is all about in the Brittany Bennett era, you've got your best slugger at the plate, a runner on second, no outs, and she's showing bunt because she wants to advance the runner to third. Now they'll let her swing away as she fouls it off into the net. The Braves so confident in playing the percentages and the idea of having a runner on third with 1 out and middle of your lineup at the plate. Gerhardt swings and misses there. Catcher hangs on, and that's out number 1. That's strikeout number 7 in this game by pitcher Shelby Kelly, having a fantastic evening in the circle. Really bounced back well from her appearance in the first game, where she came in to start the 7th, struck out 1, and gave up the game-winning walk-off home run to Taylor Gerhardt to end the first game. It was 5-2 to start the 7th inning of the first game. Francis Marion got 3 on a home run by Micah Nevin. And then the Braves got the 1 back that they needed in a tie game. Bases empty, 1 out home run by Taylor Gerhardt to win game 1 here today. Tony Nelson at the plate now, 1 for 2 in this ball game. The 1-0 pitch, hit back up the box, dropping quickly, and it's caught at shortstop. That sounded and looked a lot better coming off the bat. Ended up being just a fly out in the infield. So Nelson's retired. Walter's stuck on second right now. And there's 2 away with Savannah Melvin coming to the plate. And the Braves will pinch hit for her. Bailey Jones coming up to bat for the Braves. We'll have to see what the Braves decide to do looking forward. Bailey Jones is an infielder. The freshman digs into the right-handed batter's box. Melvin would be eligible to return and play first base again. We'll have to see how Brittany Bennett plays this one following this inning. This ball dropped as it misses outside, but staying put on second is Walters. Bailey Jones from Thomasville, North Carolina. Not an everyday player for the Braves, but has an opportunity here to come up big. 2-0. And it wasn't like in the way Melvin was looking at the plate. Melvin was 0 for 2 in this ball game, so give a different look out there. See what you can get against Shelby Kelly. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Misses high for ball 3. Walters is on second as the tying run in a 3-2 ball game, bottom of the 5th. The pitch. That's ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to the pinch hitter Bailey Jones. And now it's Haley Epperson to bat. And now the Braves will pinch run for Jones and go back to Melvin as the pinch runner. Haley Epperson to the plate for UNCP. Right fielder is 1 for 1 at the plate in this game. Walked and doubled. Has a runner in scoring position, which represents the tying run in this game. Two outs in the bottom of the fifth. The pitch. This is outside. The 1-0. Ball 2 misses outside. So here we go. This is where it starts to get a little interesting. Kelly perhaps starting to run into some control problems. She just walked her second batter and the first that she walked since the first inning. This one catches the outside corner for a strike. This might be as good of an opportunity to tie or take the lead that the Braves get the rest of the way. 2 innings to go after this one. Strike 2 called on the outside corner. Never know what is going to happen later in the game, so runner in scoring position, 2 outs. You'd like to bring it home. This one fouled off to the right side. Epperson fights off a good pitch and stays alive. Melvin on first, Walters on second. The 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. 8 strikeouts in the circle now from Shelby Kelly, and the Francis Marion pitcher getting the job done. We're through 5 complete innings at LRA Field. Braves trailing the Patriots 3-2. Francis Marion's designated player, Micah Nevin, will lead off the top of the 6th. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 to up this inning as Nevin fouls off the first pitch from Abby Walters. Patriots with a 3-2 lead here in the top of the 6th. As Nevin gets it started for the Patriots. 0 for 1 at the plate in this ball game, was hit by a pitch and also struck out. After going 1 for 4 in the first game this afternoon, but her one hit was absolutely clutch, a 3-run homer in the top of the 7th. It came with 1 out and tied the game, forced the Braves to come up to bat in the bottom of the 7th, where it was Taylor Gerhardt who came through with the walk-off home run. 1-1 pitch, misses high and away. I suppose if you're going to have a 1 for 4 day at the plate, and you had to pick what kind of hit your one hit's going to be, a 3-run game-tying homer in the last inning is not bad. You take that. 2-1 pitch, swung on, fouled off to the right side. The 2-2. Runs inside, nearly hits Nevin. Now the count's full. Robbie Walters hasn't walked anyone yet in the circle. Did hit one batter. Here's the 3-2 pitch. It's swung on, fouled off. Nevin earns the right to see another pitch. Wind dying down a little bit now at LRA Field. It's still blowing slightly out towards left center field, but not much. 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded down the third base line. That's foul. No outs, top of the 6th inning. Patriots leading the Braves 3-2. Patriots have their 3 runs on 3 hits and have no errors. They also didn't have any errors in the first game, so very clean defense by Francis Marion. Braves 2 runs on 6 hits, but 2 errors committed. 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded right into left field. That's just a rope past the third baseman and the shortstop. Nothing Johnson or Gerhardt could have done about that. Lead-off single for Micah Nevin. Gives way to Shannon Lopez. Now it looks like Francis Marion wants to pinch run, and they will. Kristen English will come in and pinch run for Micah Nevin. First time we've called Kristen English's name. He's a 5'4" senior from South Carolina. The pitch misses outside, and she wastes no time getting a pretty big jump off of first base after the pitch. Trying to draw a throw from Nelson behind the plate. Perhaps. Maybe trying to just straight out steal the bag. Walters with the 1-0. Grounded in the infield. Over the head of the third baseman. Barehanded by Gerhardt. The throw over to first. Not in time. Almost a sensational play by Taylor Gerhardt. It's an infield single for Shannon Lopez. Back-to-back singles to start the 6th inning for the Patriots. Now they have 2 runners aboard. Now I think we'll get another pinch runner here for Francis Marion. It will be number 4, Tori Gaskins, sophomore outfielder from Lake City, South Carolina, who will pinch run for Lopez. Here's Kaylee Childers to the plate. She's 0 for 2 in this ball game. After going 1 for 3 in the first game, reached on an error, doubled, also walked. She's been on base in this game. Tried to slap a bunt. It looked like the hit and run was nearly on there. The runners all have to come back. But no throw behind the plate from Nelson. 0-1 the count. It's English on second, Gaskins on first. The 0-1 pitch misses high and inside. Patriots lead 3-2 in the top of the 6th. No outs. Threatening to add to it here and try to break this game open. Swings, hits this one back up the middle to second. Davis tags the bag, and that's all she'll get. Wasn't able to make the throw over to first. So Childers is safe at first on the fielder's choice. Gaskins is retired at second for the first out. Now it's the freshman shortstop, Taylor Johnson. The San Diego native digs into the right-handed batter's box. Looking to break through. It's been a tough afternoon for her. She's been 0 for 3 in the first game, 0 for 2 here in this second game, and falls behind 0-1 in this at-bat. Seems like it's just a matter of time for her, though. And this would be a nice opportunity for Johnson to make something happen. 0-1 pitch. Runner going at from first to second. And try to go first and third to try to see if they can get English to go from third. So it's cut off, and English just stays put. This one grounded in the infield, played at short by Gerhardt, throws over to first for the out. Runners stay stuck on second and third. A big infield ground out there. Johnson can't get it done for Francis Marion. Now it's up to Michaela Barnhart. Runners on second and third, 2 outs in the top of the 6th. A big moment in this ball game. Walter's pitch. This is outside. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Childers are on second, English on third, the special pinch runner. 1-1 pitch, hit in the air towards left field. That falls, brings home 1 run. They'll wave home the runner. It goes home and dropped behind the plate by Nelson. That scores 2. Getting to third on the hit is Barnhart. It's now 5-2 Patriots. That ball not crushed by any stretch of the imagination. Barnhart drives home a pair of runs. Also get an error there on the Braves catcher Nelson. On to third is Barnhart, and here's the number 9 hitter, Cherie Bloomquist. She taps it back to the pitcher. Walters gathers, throws, and that's a close play at first. But she is out. But Francis Marion does their damage in the 5th as well. They've scored 4 unanswered and have a 5-2 lead as we get ready for the bottom of the 6th. Morgan Davis's spot in the batting order will not be taken by Morgan Davis, as we'll have a pinch hitter for the Braves, number 4, Carly Brooks. The other question we had was regarding Francis Marion's defensive alignment. Looks like Lopez back over at first. That was the only player who was pinch run for, who was also in the defensive lineup for Francis Marion. Resetting the Francis Marion defense for you. Barzola in left, Barnhart at center, Childers in right, and that's in the outfield. In the infield, Bloomquist at third, Johnson at short, Brunson second base, Lopez at first, Welty behind the plate, and Shelby Kelly still working in the circle. First pitch misses low and away to Carly Brooks for ball 1. Brooks was 0 for 2 in the first game, but did score a run after she was hit by a pitch in the 6th. Pops this one foul to the left side and evens up the count at 1-1. Carly Brooks, the sophomore from Burlington, North Carolina, steps out of the batter's box, rearranges some dirt in that right-handed batter's box. Now ready for the pitch from Kelly. Fouls it off, fights it off in on the wrists. A dangerous pitch and a dangerous swing, but nothing too bad came of it other than strike 2. The 1-2 pitch misses low and away. Bottom of the 6th inning in Pembroke. Braves trail 5-2. After the Braves got the early lead after one inning, it was 2-1. But the Patriots scored 2 in the 5th and 2 in the 6th. This one misses high and away. Count goes full to pinch hitter Carly Brooks. Haley Epperson is on deck for the Braves. Excuse me, Lexi Cox on deck. This one fouled off. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Grounded down the third base line. Foul again. Brooke showing the hustle up the first base line. She saw that she put the ball close to being in play, wasted no time sprinting up the first base line, and didn't see a throw. So I think maybe for a split second, she maybe thought, hey, I have a hit. And then has to come back and try to do it again. 3-2 pitch coming up from Shelby Kelly. Popped straight back behind home plate. It drops quickly. It is not caught by the catcher, Welty. So we'll do it again. Count remains 3-2. Nice at bat here from Carly Brooks. Trying to get the Braves off on the right foot here in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch grounded down the third base line. They'll call it foul. That was pretty close. Brooks will take it, though, because she would have been out at first. Three-two pitch. Hit back up towards the middle. Off the glove of the third baseman, Bloomquist. No play made. So after all that, Carly Brooks had some nice swings where she put some solid contact on the ball. That little hit gets her on base. And she will take it. To the number 9 hitter, Lexi Cox. She's 0 for 2 at the plate so far in this game. Came in hitting 180. She was 0 for 2 in the first game as well. She's due. Swings, fouls this one off into the backstop. Let's see if the Braves have another comeback in them. Some more rally, some more fight. They were ahead for a good chunk of the first game. Francis Marion scored first in that game. The Braves responded in the bottom of the 3rd, and got 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Francis Marion tied it in the top of the 5th. The Braves got 2 in the bottom of the 5th and 1 in the 6th. Francis Marion tied it at 5 with 3 in the top of the 7th. And then the Braves won on a walk-off. Now we'll get a Braves pinch runner, as it's number 2, Jessie Mangum. Comes on to pinch run at first base. Weird to see that in the middle of a count, but there you go. Bernie Bennett changing her mind about who wants to be the base runner there. That's strike 2 called in the outside corner to Lexi Cox. No outs, the runner on first. The pitch. Strike 3 looking, as they'll call that a strike on the outside corner. Strikeout number 9 this evening for Shelby Kelly in this second game. That's some nice work in the circle. And if you include the 1/3 of an inning she pitched in the first game, the 1 out she recorded was a strikeout. So she's actually struck out 10 Braves hitters here today. 9 in this game, 1 in the first game. But I'm pretty sure she wants to forget the first game. Took the L after giving up a walk-off home run. Runner goes, and she is dead. Mangum, I think, thought that ball was going to get past the catcher. It was a nice pick behind the plate by Welty, and no doubt about throwing her out there. So Mangum is caught stealing, wipes the runner off the base paths. Now the base is empty with 2 outs. 1-0 pitch. Called a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 to Jamie Johnson, the Braves' leadoff hitter, who is 1 for 2 in this game. Led off the Braves' bottom of the first with a double. Also hit by a pitch and flew out. Fouls this one off to the right side into the parking lot. The 1-2. Hit back up the middle, a high bouncer past the shortstop into center field. Johnson with another hit. She's piling those up like it's going out of style here today. She had 3 hits in the first game. That's her second hit of the second game. 3 for 4 in the first game, now 2 of 3 in the second game. That's a tidy 5 for 7. Also having been hit by a pitch once. Swing and a miss. Steal attempt, diving in. Safe! What a steal by Jamie Johnson. I think Francis Marion knew it was coming. They still couldn't get her. It's Whitney Jackson at the plate. And that was strike 1 swinging. Jackson 1 for 3 in this game with a single. And now called by Jackson, gets an extra practice swing, and steps back in. The pitch, swung on, hit back up the middle, that's through into center field. Johnson's digging, going towards home. The throw will be cut off, and now sliding into second with an RBI hit is Whitney Jackson. Braves have run number 3. The deficit is down to 2. Abby Walters to the plate now. The Braves pitcher can help her own cause with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Walters represents the tying run. You ask if she has home run power. The answer is yes. She's got 2 of them this year. Looks at a first pitch in there for a called strike at the knees. The 0-1. Hit in the air to right field. Retreating is the right fielder Childers. She didn't see it. It bounces up against the wall, and Walters is thinking 3. She is in with a stand-up triple. Abby Walters drives in the run. It's now 5-4. Scoring all the way from second is Whitney Jackson, and here comes Taylor Gerhardt. But not before Francis Marion will meet in the circle to talk this over. And we will, it looks like, get a pitching change. Maybe not. Maybe we won't get a pitching change here. And Taylor Johnson came off the field. Looks like she just needed to get something cleaned up on her face. And it will be Shelby Kelly staying in the game. So after all that, no changes from Francis Marion. Taylor Gerhardt comes up to hit. Gerhardt 0 for 2 in this game after being the hero in game number 1. Does she have any more magic left in that bat? First pitch misses outside. Tying run is on third in the form of Abby Walters. Gerhardt has already homered once against Kelly to win the first game. In that game, Gerhardt was, just 3 for 4 with 2 home runs, and 3 runs scored, 2 runs batted in. Casual, another day at the office for Taylor Gerhardt. 2-0 pitch, misses outside. It looks like Kelly doesn't want anything to do with Gerhardt in this clutch moment of the game. So Tony Nelson is on deck. He's also been swinging a hot bat here tonight. 3-0 pitch. Ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to Taylor Gerhardt. It's the second time she's walked in this game. And has been the recipient of 2 of the 3 walks issued by Shelby Kelly in this ballgame. So now the Braves have the go-ahead run on the base paths. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Here we go. Catcher Tony Nelson to the plate. Nelson, a sophomore from Bear Creek, North Carolina. 1 for 3 in this game. Takes that one on the outside half for strike 1. Nelson was 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and 2 runs batted in the first game today. The 0-1 pitch with 2 outs. Swung on, fouled off into the backstop. Runners at the corners. Braves trailing by 1 in the bottom of the 6th. Only cut what was a 3-run deficit down to 1 with 2 already this inning. Tying run is on third. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off once again. Gerhardt was running on the pitch, so she'll have to go back after the foul ball. And why not with 2 outs, first and third. Almost surprised they didn't try the first and third play earlier in this at-bat. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. That's 10 strikeouts in this game for pitcher Shelby Kelly, and she escapes a big-time jam. To the last, potentially last inning we go. 7th inning coming up. Patriots lead 5-4.
We often get the question, where does the money go? More than 90% of NCAA revenue supports 89 championships and more than 1,100 member schools that give $2.7 billion in scholarships each year. Look around you. There are more than 450,000 student athletes competing every year, succeeding on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Bottom line, we put our money where our mission is.
Top of the order coming up for Francis Marion here in the 7th. They can add insurance to a 5-4 lead before the Braves come up for the last licks of the game. No matter what, the Braves will be chasing at least 1 run in the last inning. Let's see if there's more magic in those UNCP bats. Brianna Barzola will lead things off for the Patriots. Doesn't have an official hit yet in this game, but she scored 2 runs. And you ask, how is that possible? She's 0 for 2. Excuse me, 0 for 3. So she's made an out every time she's come to the plate. Struck out to lead off the game, but it was a dropped strike. So she was able to get to first, then stole second and came around to score. Struck out normally in the 3rd inning, as in the catcher held on and it was a regular strikeout. Then reached on an error in the 5th. And came around to score. So officially 0 for 3 with 2 runs scored. Sometimes scoring baseball or softball is it's an adventure. Or you could say it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. The 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Barzola is a slap hitter, so she'll get the running start as she approaches the ball. That's because she's fast, but she wants that extra step trying to get up the first base line. The 1-2 pitch. Missed away. Gets past the catcher, Nelson. With nobody on base, that doesn't hurt the Braves. 2-2 pitch. Swung on over the head of Gerhardt at short. There is that first hit of the game for Barzola. And that generally bad news for the Braves because Barzola has done an awful lot on the base paths. She's 3 of 3 this season on stolen base attempts. And she's really quick. This ball tapped towards second. Scooped up, they'll go to second looking for the lead runner. They get it. Brunson hitting into a fielder's choice, and Francis Marion wants to protest the call. Now the umpires want to discuss. The call will stand. She's out at second. Barzola out at second. Brunson takes her place at first. 1 away in the top of the 7th. Brings up the catcher, number 11, Chelsea Welty. Welty drove in the first run of this game. RBI single in the first. That was her only hit. She's 1 of 3 at the plate. First pitch misses high and away. Wilson comes up out of her stance. Fakes a throw over to first just to keep Brunson honest over there on first base, but the throw not actually ever made. 1-0 pitch on the way from Walters. Hit well towards left field. That's over the head of Cox, and this is a problem for the Braves. They'll get all the way to third with the lead runner Brunson. Welty is safe on second with a stand-up double. Now with 1 out, it's runners on second and third for the Patriots, trying to add to a 1-run lead. There was nothing Lexi Cox could have done with that play short of lining up initially with her back to the wall. And that's not generally how you play in the outfield. And it was just a very well-hit softball. First pitch catches the outside corner. Strike 1 called to Micah Nevin. Nevin's 1 for 2, singled and struck out. Was also hit by a pitch. She was pinch run for last inning when she led off that inning with the single. And she tattoos this ball into the left center field gap, high off the wall. That will bring home both base runners. She's looking for second. She's got it standing up. 7-4. Francis Marion on the 2-run double by Micah Nevin. That's big-time hitting right there by designated player Micah Nevin. It brings up Shannon Lopez. So now 2 runs in each of the last 3 innings for Francis Marion. That helps to break a game open. Lopez fights off this first pitch foul. It was up at the eyeballs. Couldn't lay off it, just knocked it foul. But this inning also not over yet. Francis Marion can add to their lead. Really put the Braves even further behind the 8 ball. 0-1 pitch, laced down the third base line. That gets into the corner, knocked down by Cox, but Nevin will score from second. Sliding into second with a double is Lopez. A back-to-back double for Francis Marion. And now it's 8-4. Brittany Bennett will talk with her infield in the circle. We'll see if this is the hook for Abby Walters. Walters stays in the game as the meeting in the circle is broken up by our home plate umpire. Resetting the action for you, 3 runs already scored this inning by Francis Marion. They took a 5-4 game and turned it into an 8-4 game. 1 out, a runner on second, with Kaylee Childers coming to bat. Childers 0 for 3 at the plate in this one. Looks at this one high and inside for ball 1. Abby Walters has pitched this whole game for the Braves. Got through 4 innings with just 1 run allowed. 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. Francis Marion threatening to hand the Braves their first loss in Peach Belt Conference play. Walters 1-1 pitch. Misses low and away. Lee Childers, the right fielder at the plate, standing in the left-handed batter's box. She hits this ball well to third. Great stab by Johnson. She turned to go to second, but no one was covering. So it's just 1 out made. And it's that very important second out of the inning, and it brings up Taylor Johnson to the plate. She's 0 for 3. The freshman swings at the first pitch, grounds it to Gerhardt at short. The throw over to first in time for the out. But in the inning, Francis Marion turns the 5-4 lead into an 8-4 lead, and the Braves have their work cut out for them in the bottom of the 7th. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network.
What you've gained as a student will be just as important to you as what you did as a player. As long as you know that you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable, there's no failure. Success on 3.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes. And just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
Braves need 4 runs to tie, 5 to win here in the bottom of the 7th inning against Francis Marion starting pitcher Shelby Kelly, who has been terrific. 10 strikeouts versus 3 walks for her in this game. Patriots have 8 runs on 10 hits and no errors. Braves with 4 runs on 10 hits, but they've committed 3 errors. Savannah Melvin will get things started for the Braves. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 to get it started for the Braves. Obviously, they'll need to go further than that if they want to keep this game alive. Braves won the first game this afternoon 6-5. Francis Marion looking to salvage the split. And the Braves, their first Peach Belt Conference loss. Braves 12-8-1 overall, 3-0 in the league. Francis Marion 17-8, but a 2-3 mark in PBC play. First pitch misses outside to Melvin. Senior right-handed pitcher Shelby Kelly in the circle for the Patriots as this one swung on, fouled off to the left side. It trickles into the Braves dugout. Melvin 0 for 2 today. Takes that one outside. 2-1. 2 strikeouts and a walk for Melvin. So they're looking to put the ball in play here against Kelly. And she does here. Lines it, a diving catch at short by Johnson. What a play. Francis Marion putting together a little highlight reel in the field in this game. My goodness. That's their second or third. Just tremendous catch in the field here in this game. Haley Epperson now to bat for the Braves. 1 for 2 in this one. Takes this, and it's called a strike on the outside corner. Epperson a walk, a double, and a strikeout so far in this game. The Braves have gotten hits in every inning except the 4th, so they've been able to touch Shelby Kelly, just that they haven't always been able to string it together for long rallies. Two and one now. Epperson perhaps looking at a pitch to hit here. Kelly comes with a pitch at the knees. It's low for ball 3. Can't score 4 runs without getting some runners on base first. Epperson can get that started. The 3-1 pitch fouled off to the right side. A very good 3-1 pitch from Shelby Kelly. That came right in on the hands, but was still in the strike zone. So the count is now full to Haley Epperson. I figure she kind of has to get on base here. 3-2 pitch, fouled off to the right side. You don't want to be in a situation where down by 4 runs, 2 outs, and the base is empty. That would be, well, that would be tough. Epperson swings, hits this one foul down the third base line. Morgan Davis waiting on deck for UNCP. The Kelly pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3 swinging. And that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 7th. So here we go. Morgan Davis needs to reach base or this game's over. Braves down by 4 in the bottom of the 7th. Kelly's pitch, swung on and missed. Out in front of that one was Davis. Kelly took something off it, and it worked. The 0-1. Just misses the lower corner of the strike zone. One. Swung on, grounded to third, playable by Bloomquist. The throw over to first in time, and that's the ball game. Francis Marion wins game 2, 8-4, after the Braves took game 1, 6-5. So the Braves fall to 12-9-1, and they get handed their first Peach Belt Conference loss after these teams split today's doubleheader. For my entire crew, this is Cameron Songer saying thanks for joining us for UNCP softball this afternoon. Braves will be back home. It'll be a while, as they will play 10 games on the road, and they won't be back at home until March 24th. We will see you then at UNCP softball. For everything else UNCP Braves, visit uncpbraves.com. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your night.